Good afternoon, members, and welcome to this meeting of the City Council. During the meeting today, I will be making rulings on process and conduct. I would ask Council to abide by the standing orders and the rules of debate. At certain times, I will seek guidance from my advisors. Should we need to adjourn, I will inform the Council of what is happening and the time for us to reconvene. If member speeches run over the time allocated, I will allow you to finish your sentence, but ask you to finish as quickly as possible. I would also like to take this opportunity to remind members that there is no local government equivalent of parliamentary privilege. Members will therefore be liable for any defamatory statements they make. And may I also remind councillors of the requirements of the Member Officer Protocol. If you wish to speak during the meeting, I would ask you raise your hand and wait for me to invite you to speak. Please raise any points of order verbally. I will then pause the meeting to deal with the point of order. When raising a point of order, please state which procedure, rule or law you believe has been breached. All votes will be conducted via the electronic voting system today. If you receive any amendments to the recommendations before Council, I will adjourn to ensure that all members have adequate time to read the amendment. Item number 1, apologies. Are there any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have apologies from Councillors Evans and Nicholson.
Are there any further apologies? Councillor Hendy.
Councillor Murphy.
Can I offer our best wishes to the leader, Councillor Tudor Evans, OBE. I move to item 2, the minutes. I move that we agree the minutes from the 15th September 2025 as a correct record. Deputy Lord Mayor, will you second my proposal?
I will second your proposal, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Does anybody wish to speak? We'll move to the vote now. Please use the buttons on your unit: green for in favour, red for against, and amber to abstain. Motion is passed. Item number 3, declarations of interest. Can members please make it known by raising their hands if they have any private or disclosable pecuniary interest in any of the matters on today's agenda? My advisors will take a record of the interest declared. Councillor Goslin.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a pecuniary interest in item 13E as an employee of the University of Plymouth, and I shall withdraw from the Chamber and vote during that motion.
Thank you. Are there any further declarations? Councillor Smith.
I'm not sure whether I need to declare this, but on 13B, do I need to declare a personal interest seeing as it's about me, or is it just a given?
No, we think not. Thank you. Any other declarations? Thank you, members. I move to item 4, appointments to committees and outside bodies and council proportionalities. There have been no changes to committees since our last meeting, so I will move on. Item number 5. There is one question from the member of the public today. Mr. Surtees, would you please ask your question?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is addressed to Councillor Stevens. Councillor Stevens, in a recent meeting, you said, "We are not here to represent the public." This has already been widely publicised. I'd like to ask you, Councillor Stevens, why you think you don't represent the public? Who put you where you are?
Councillor Bill Stevens, would you like to reply?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As chair of our city's planning committee, I have a duty to ensure planning laws are not broken. A key part of this is making sure councillors do not put our planning decisions at risk or leave council taxpayers to foot the bill for legal costs. It's important to understand that applications must be decided on their objective planning merits alone. This means we do not, indeed cannot, include the number of public comments as part of our decision making, and that is what the comment that's been referred to was highlighting. When we are acting in our quasi-judicial roles on the planning committee, we are not representing the residents of our individual wards, we are considering the applications before us on their planning merits. If there are planning committee members who do not understand their legal responsibilities in this regard, that's a concern, and we may need to identify if further training is required. I give everyone time to have their say, and I'm proud to have brought in many changes to make Plymouth's planning processes more accessible and responsive to the public, and I'm always keen to hear more suggestions that can help in this way. To address Mr. Surtees' point about representation, I want to make it clear that in my capacity as a ward councillor, I actively and passionately represent everyone in Devonport Ward, which includes Devonport itself, Mountwise, Granby, Morristown and Keyham, and have done for more than 20 years. Being their voice on the City Council, along with councillors Mark Coker and Anne Freeman, is an honour and a privilege. I regularly speak up for local people on many committees, boards and community groups, and I like to think I have a reputation in Devonport for getting things done. I regularly get potholes repaired, fly tipping removed, grass cut and problem parking dealt with. And I endeavour every day to represent those to whom I'm accountable to the best of my ability.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. That concludes questions from the public. I move on to item number 6, which is announcements. And I have 3 awards to make, so I will go into the well of the chamber to make the presentations. The first award is to Jane Elliott Tonchich, who has won the Lifetime Achievement Award at the National Safeguarding Adult Sports Excellence Awards in recognition of her excellence over 40 years of experience. The next award is to Plymouth Gatti, who were the national runner-up in the UK National Send Resource of the Year Award at the NASEN Awards. Plymouth Gatti has been commended for the collaborative approach across schools, young people and wider partners to develop a clear, graduated approach and resource directory for all colleagues. Tina Brinkworth will be receiving the award today. finally, Supported Internships has won Co-Production Award at NASAN 2025 for our supportive internship programme with Discovery College. This brilliant programme has supported so many young people and into paid employment. Discovery College, innovative approach centred around the young person, has delivered impactful outcomes. Nationally, only 7% of young people with an EHCP enter into paid employment. When young people complete a supported internship, this rises to 25%. With Discovery College, this is currently 100%. Tina Brinkworth and Jane Hunt are here to accept the reward. In the absence of the leader today, Deputy Leader, do you have any announcements?
I do, Lord Mayor. With your permission, I'll remain seated, if that's okay. Thank you very much for your kind words about Councillor Tudor Evans. He's really grateful for everybody's well wishes, and I think he is well on the road to recovery, and hopefully it won't be too long until we see him back in this chamber. It's been an extremely exciting and busy period for the council and for the city. We've been making headlines not just in the city, but across the UK. And here are a few highlights. Team Plymouth. We've launched our Team Plymouth partnership in the city and in Westminster. Both events were very well attended, with lots of important conversation about funding and investment. The Westminster event gave us the opportunity to meet MPs, policymakers, and new businesses interested in investing in the city. There was an incredible buzz in the room, and we are now very focused on following up those conversations. We are now mobilising the Team Plymouth work streams and developing the business cases for our initial £50 million investment. And we had a cultural roundtable. Whilst in Westminster, we took the opportunity to host a cultural roundtable. Culture will be at the heart of the Team Plymouth endeavour as we seek to attract more talent to the city and seek to introduce more city living. We all know that culture is one of the main reasons people choose to relocate and choose a place to live. The event brought together cultural leaders from across the UK, including Arts Council, Creative UK, and DCMS. We've agreed a number of actions to further expand and integrate the cultural workstream into Team Plymouth. The Civic Centre, our next door neighbour. I'm delighted to announce that last week, Homes England confirmed their investment of £18.4 million into the Civic Centre. This is a massive step forward as it confirms the final element of our funding package. We've made great progress on the Civic Centre in the past few months, including completing the asbestos strip out, consulting on our new design, and installing new hoardings. And we will now complete our structural surveys and start the concrete repairs in 2026. In 2027, we will replace the cladding, moving on to the shell and core works before fit out in 28-29. And an update on capital projects. There is so much going on but it's easy to take for granted the ambition of our capital programme. But just to remind us all, we finished our new district centre at Derriford, completed the Tyneside enhancements, topped out our CDC, completed the 23 million APB port improvements package, and started on delivery of shore power. The Freeport has spent all its seed funding, unlocking £73 million of investment. We are on site at the Mountbatten Centre, making some massive improvements. We're undertaking key demolitions at Oceansgate to deliver our innovation barns and have almost completed our 15th direct development at Langage. There are so many other things I could have chosen to update on, but this city is right in the middle of what I think it's fair to call a purple patch, and I hope you are as excited as I am about the interest and investment currently coming into Plymouth. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Leader. Do any Cabinet members have any announcements? If so, please make it known by putting up your hands. Right. Councillor Aspinall.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. A couple of announcements I have. Safeguarding Week happened last week, so unfortunately I couldn't let you all know what was happening. But this year the theme was prevention, and throughout the week they held and explored different themes, including proactive intervention, prevention in practice, creating empowerment environments, trusting your instincts, and celebrating safer cultures. We wanted to hear from as many voices as possible, and just because Safeguarding Week is over, that message does not change. We need you to report anything that you are concerned about. Safeguarding means protecting someone's rights to live in safety, free from harm, abuse, and neglect. Adults who may need support from safeguarding includes those who rely on others for care or support, or who can't speak up for themselves. Plymouth Safeguarding Adult Partnerships works to ensure that local safeguarding arrangements and partner agencies act to help and protect adults in the city. So today we celebrated Jane getting her Lifetime Award. Jane is one of those key people in our safeguarding team, so it's good to see her recognised. Secondly, it's the flu season, folks. And certainly, in the week beginning the 9th of November, there were 73,528 flu jabs given. And it's really, really important because that's only 45% of the eligible population. So we need to do something about that, and we need to encourage everybody to go and have the flu vaccine. You need to protect yourself, but you also need to protect vulnerable other people. So if the staff from the PCC have had sessions in Ballard House, Prince Rock, Crown Hill Court and Chelsea Meadow, but that doesn't end there. Any member of staff can still go to one of the ad hoc sessions that are popping up. So we need to be careful. This is a new strain of flu that's going around now. So get protected and protect those people you love, especially older people and children. So let's get busy with that. So we would encourage you to get your vaccines, and also those of you that are entitled to COVID vaccines, please get those as well. That nasty little bug still hasn't gone, and it's pottering around. I want to say a quick thank you or congratulations to a gentleman called Paul Caiston. He works for Livewell, so technically he couldn't come to our celebration here. But he's won the newly qualified Adult Social Worker of the Year, and I really would like this message sent to him and to the Principal Social Worker, Rebecca Phillimore, to say well done for that. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I'd like to follow up on the Deputy Leader's announcement about housing around Bath Street, because the Civic isn't the only good news on the housing front. We've also secured a major grant from Homes England, working with Plymouth Community Homes, to unlock 80 new homes for social rent at Bath Street. The £33 million scheme will create a brand new community on the temporary car park bordering Martin Street and Bath Street. This is hugely important news, and massive thanks go out once again to the Economic Development team and the Strategic Planning and Infrastructure Housing Delivery team for working so hard behind the scenes to make this happen. It's also a really good example of where Plan for Homes investment can unlock significant investment by other players to secure housing in the city. I'm really pleased that we'll be starting on site in the new year. Secondly, my Lord Mayor, I would like to update you on activity to restore the Guildhall. The Guildhall was built between 1870 and 1874. It was reduced to a shell during bombing in 1941. The council voted to save it in 1951 by just one vote, and it reopened in 1959. It is a Grade 2 listed building, with the listing reflecting both the original shell and the 1950s insert. Effectively, it is two buildings in one, both of which are old. There are no detailed drawings of the post-war works. As anyone who's done any renovation work will know, this can lead to all sorts of unknowns being discovered once you start. The project to undertake internal renovations began as part of a proposal for the university to use some of the Civic Centre as well as the Guildhall, and the Guildhall would have supported a conferencing and events programme as well as public access. Since then, the plans for the Civic have changed, and the Guildhall is not part of the requirement for further education uses. Since 1959, there have been changes to building standards and fire safety requirements. When work began on the interior parts, the 1950s walls and panelling were removed for the first time since construction to allow for insertion of new ducting and wiring. A large void stretching from the foundation to the roof apex was found at one end of the Great Hall, effectively acting as a potential chimney and route for fire to spread. Further examination identified other voids within the construction. Other areas of work being undertaken uncovered other structural issues that were not part of the recently undertaken external works. We need to make sure that our Guildhall is structurally sound and meets current building, fire, and health and safety standards. We have found this is not currently the case. As a result of this, I have asked for further investigation to be undertaken in order that all necessary work is brought into scope, aligned with a review of the overall project definition and vision. At the same time, we're undertaking other surveys to have a clear understanding of any future works that we can bring into consideration at the same time for purposes of cost effectiveness. Given the change in usage plans and the broader environment, I've also asked for a review of the business plan and business case to be undertaken in order that we deliver a Guildhall that will be fit for purpose for the next 70 years. Lord Mayor, I'm making this statement to ensure that it is clear that the current speculation about delays being contractual or contractor issues are groundless. I look forward to being able to further update you in the early part of the new year. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hayden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, I'm absolutely delighted to say that Head of Bereavement Service attended the Devon and Cornwall Building Forum annual dinner on Friday. And they, the park, Plymouth Crematorium, the park, has won the Building of the Year award. So absolutely delighted, and well done to the whole team that done that. Moving on, Lord Mayor. Today marks the start of 16 days of activism against gender balance violence. This will be running until the 10th of December. This is a global campaign, shines a spotlight on the urgent need to end violence against women and girls, and calls on everyone to play their part in building a safer and fairer communities, as there is more about than words. Plymouth is working tirelessly to combat violence against women and girls through our strong partnerships and our prevention strategies. We are committed to creating a city where everyone feels safe, respected and empowered. This work doesn't stop after the 10th of December, as we are working every day and that we could be in our communities or with our partners, because abuse has no place here in Plymouth. So there's loads going on at the moment. It's on our Plymouth website, and I would certainly urge every member to take part in where they can to make our city a safer place for everybody to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just want to announce that, and I'm really pleased to announce this, that Plymouth has been selected as one of Sport England's priority places. We have worked really, really closely with Sport England over the last 5 years through a small project which is called the Pathfinder Project, which has been working in communities and to develop sport and physical activities to support children and young people who are facing particular and quite often complex challenges. There's a lot of evidence to show that being active, as well as being good for us physically, can also help people mentally and their emotional health. And in schools, it's had a particular effect at improving things like behaviour and the ability for the young people to be able to concentrate at school. To build on the Pathfinder project, we've been working with partners around the city, and in particular Active Devon, to develop a bid for funding to support this programme further. And I am really, really pleased that we have been awarded an initial £1 million to support the initial stages of this work, so that we can work with more schools, more children and more families. I do want to say at this point that, Plymouth has, not only have we got this award, but we are also now a place partner, which means that we are a preferable bidder when pots of money come available through Sport England. And I know that in the future, because we have this really, really good working relationship with Sport England, we are going to be able to pull more money through. And it really, really does help because, budgets are tight. So when we get extra money in, so we can improve the roof at the YMCA and we can help put money into Fulston Park, it's not just small numbers of people who get the benefit of the really collaborative work that we've done. And I do want to say a particular thank you to the officers of the council and Active Devon, because we would not have this money if they hadn't worked so hard to have such a good collaborative relationship with Sport England. So talking about Fulston Park, just very quickly, I'm sure they won't mind if I give them a little bit of a plug, because on Friday, a few of us are going down to Fulston Park for the opening of their new dual-use rugby and football 3D pitch. This really is a focal point for elite sport, so it's going to be for Plymouth Albion Rugby, it's for Plymouth Argyle Academy, those young people that are coming through, and, amazingly, for Plymouth Argyle women's team as well, who, of course, if you are following them, are doing extremely well at the moment. But this means that right in the heart of a deprived community, adding to the work that we've already done at Fulston Park in turning that sports, the old sports brickfields into a real community hub, it's a really great thing to have in the heart of Devonport.
Thank you. Councillor Bryansdale.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I wanted to take the opportunity today to do a bit of a whistle-stop tour of the many reasons why it's been an incredibly exciting month for nature here in Plymouth. Our new Plymouth Plan for Nature and People was officially launched just a fortnight ago with a reception at Saltram for stakeholders who have been involved in quite an exciting co-creation journey. I'm incredibly grateful to the hundreds of residents, local groups, to partners, to councillors and to officers who have helped to shape this document over the last couple of years. It will act as a blueprint for how the council manages its natural spaces. Based around 5 key pillars, each with a whole range of tangible actions, the plan reflects its title by seeking to enhance our city's green and blue spaces whilst enriching the lives of our residents from the many benefits of nature connection activities. Last week, with the Plan for Nature having slotted in as the final piece of the puzzle, we had confirmation that Plymouth has been accredited as just the second nature city in the country as part of the Nature Towns and Cities programme. This is prestigious national recognition that celebrates places that have put nature at the heart of communities. I think it's fair to say that since the beginning of this administration, we have come a very long way in that regard. We should all be proud of our city's recent environmental innovations, from creating the UK's first national marine park to the UK's first council-owned habitat bank, from planting over 50,000 trees across this city in recent years to all of the youth engagement activities that are based out of Poole Farm. Whilst the Council's leadership has been important, collaboration has been key along the way, with major partners like the National Trust and a range of smaller local organisations such as Real Ideas, Zebra Collective and Food Plymouth. But policies and awards are all well and good. I wanted to end by giving some real examples on the ground of how we're already bringing the Plymouth Plan for Nature and People to life. All of these have happened just in the last couple of weeks. After the popularity of the wildflowers on gateway sites and roundabouts, teams will be out on sites again preparing to extend this project with new planting in prominent locations, including in the city centre, such as North Cross, Charles Cross and Jigsaw Gardens. Similarly, all about embracing the placemaking qualities of flowers, I recently emailed every single one of you with a new opportunity to plant spring bulbs in local spaces. I was delighted by the range of ideas suggested by councillors in this room, including Ham, St Budo, Stoke, St Peter, Plymstock Dunstan and Radford, Egg Buckland and Compton. Many of those sites have now been planted, and I believe I'm right in saying that some of those sites are being planted today as well. We've just kick-started the Community Forests Winter Tree Planting Programme, with the first street trees already in the ground in Durnford Street, and there's over 30 more schemes planned for across the city, with many partnership projects, including Society, Plymouth Tree People, and Plymouth Community Homes. In October, I was proud to open the Bircham Eco Lodge at Poole Farm, and I'm pleased to confirm it's now already being put to use by youth groups and routeways for the Short Breaks programme. The next Poole Farm upgrade is well underway, expanding the community tree nursery to double its current size. That means growing our capacity to nurture our own Plymouth-grown trees, as well as providing better facilities for the amazing volunteers who make that project possible. Rooted in suggestions from our wonderful Devonport ward councillors, we've just selected Morristown as the next place to benefit from neighbourhood-level landscape master planning with the Green Communities team. We've also started recruiting 2 natural environment programme managers who will be essential in overseeing progress on the Plan for Nature and People. And finally, I'm often asked, how do we pay for all of this? And a few eyebrows were raised by a target in the plan to attract over £50 million of external green investment to the city by 2030. Well, I can confirm that since we put that ambition in writing, the team have already submitted grant bids to over half of that figure already, £26 million worth of bids in the last month. The bids range from funding innovative flood relief proposals to providing ecotherapy for more young people in need. Whilst it's likely that not all of these bids will be successful, I wanted to bring it to your attention to show the ambition and urgency with which we are seeking to deliver the commitments in our new plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do any other Cabinet members or chairs of committee have any announcements to make? Thank you, and then we'll move on. To item number 7, Capital Monitoring Report, Quarter 1. Councillor Lowry, would you like to introduce the report?
Good afternoon, Lord Mayor. Yes, I would like to introduce the report. We are looking at Quarter 2 Capital Monitoring Report for this financial year, 25-26, which provides us an update on the delivery of the Council's capital programmes. The report sets out the current position on approved schemes, including progress against the planned expenditure and any variation since I presented this report against Quarter 1. The 5-year capital programme has been revised to £372.311 million, reflecting new approvals of £24.83 million and reprofiling of planned schemes in the future year. Most noticeably, the additions are £12.8 million for the A38 Manadon Junction Major Roads Improvement Network, the ongoing grant-funded Highways Annual Investment Programme of £6.5 million, the Warmer Homes Scheme of £2.6 million, an investment in the corporate estate of a further £2 million, and the essential upgrade to the Life Centre costing £0.4 million. Members will also note that the capital programme is funded through a mixture of external grants, developer contribution, capital receipts and borrowing, with the careful management of the financial costs to protect the revenue budget. As set out in the report, 76.88% of the forecast funding is either from external resources or via service support investment to save borrowing. You will also note that the report for this year includes a decrease of £17.6 million to a revision of £161.3 million. These adjustments reflect the deliberate decision to reprofile certain capital expenditure to ensure that it's both realistic and aligned with the project timescales, future funding applications and market capacity. The deferred spending will help us avoid unnecessary risk and ensure the limited resources are used most cost effectively. You've also heard this afternoon, Lord Mayor, that a further £38 million is likely to be added to our capital programme this financial year from the schemes being referred to. And I also wish Councillor Brydales good luck with his £26 million eco bid, and hopefully he comes back to us in the future with some very good news. This report also sets out the Council's indicators in accordance with the requirements of the CITFA Prudential Code. These indicators are a key component of the Council's financial governance, helping to ensure we oversee our capital investment, our borrowing levels, and our commercial and service-related investments. Demonstrated continued compliance with these indicators is crucial to ensure the Council maintains a responsible and sustainable financial strategy. In relation to this borrowing strategy, I can confirm to members that this is the case. A more detailed update on Treasury management will follow later this afternoon, and I respectively request members support these recommendations. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Lang, I understand that you are seconding the report. Would you like to speak now or reserve your right?
I am seconding the report and I reserve my right to speak. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Does anybody else? Councillor Lang, do you wish to speak now? Councillor Lowry, would you like to sum up, please?
Nothing further to add. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. We'll move to the vote now. Would you please vote using the buttons on your keypad? The motion is carried. Move on to item number 8, which is the LGR final proposal to the government. Councillor Stevens, would you like to introduce the report?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. And can I add my best wishes as well for Councillor Evans to have a speedy recovery? I know we feel that. And I'm standing in for him today, and I hope to do this report justice. Before I begin, I feel it's important to first pause and acknowledge that this is a period of significant uncertainty and concern for many dedicated local government employees across Devon. So we hold that context in mind today as we have this debate. Their professionalism and commitment to public service during such a challenging time is genuinely respected. Lord Mayor, in formally moving the recommendations before us today, I recognise the significance of the changes proposed for our city and region. I therefore look forward to the debate, remain genuinely open-minded to the perspectives of all members, and commit to taking the views expressed in this chamber fully on board when we reach our final decision in Cabinet later today. I do have an additional recommendation for the report in front of you. Subject to agreement by Exeter City Council at their meeting tomorrow, this will be presented as a single joint submission consisting of a shared executive summary. And you should have this document in front of you. This replaces the executive summary on pages 39 to 45 of the agenda pack, and the detailed rationale for the Plymouth and Exeter positions as appendices. For Plymouth, the appendices will consist of pages 46 to 332 of the agenda pack. A clear picture of the emerging proposal only crystallised at the end of the summer, as different councils approached this process in different ways. However, it makes no sense to present two separate plans that are in essence the same. Aligning them now guarantees that the public has absolute clarity when it comes to taking part in the consultation. Government has given us a rare chance to fix a system that is not working. The two-tier system currently being operated by our neighbours creates confusion, duplication and artificial barriers. Crucially, this fragmentation actively prevents the joined-up public service reform that residents need. Plymouth has worked with Exeter and Torbay to propose 4 unitary authorities: expanded Plymouth, new and expanded Exeter, expanded Torbay, and a new Devon coast and countryside. For Plymouth, we are seeking a modest boundary extension into 13 South Hams parishes that already form part of our functional economic area. Places where people work or learn in Plymouth and are already using the facilities only a city can provide. This adds approximately 30,000 residents to our current approximation of 270,000. This is not an empire building programme or a land grab. The current boundary cuts through growing communities and prevents proper strategic planning for housing, transport and infrastructure. The existing joint local plan with South Hams proves these areas already work together. The benefits of this structure are substantial and they go far beyond council efficiency. The proposal is the key to unlocking wider public service reform. Across Devon, major programmes in health, employment and community safety, like the Connect to Work plan or the new integrated neighbourhood teams for health, cannot be delivered by any single agency. They demand systems leadership, the ability to convene partners like the NHS, police and skill providers to tackle complex challenges we all face together. The current structure of the system means that often no one can provide this leadership. Our 4 unitary model creates authorities with a strategic scale to be credible, convening partners, but crucially with a local focus to understand and deliver what communities actually need. On community engagement, we are taking a genuinely developmental approach. We will establish neighbourhood networks from vesting day, but we recognise that empowerment looks different in different places. We are committed to working with communities to co-design these arrangements rather than imposing a rigid model. We met parish councils individually and in conference ahead of the interim submission and have met them since at engagement events specifically on neighbourhood empowerment. This has been important as we have based this expansion on those boundaries, respecting the existing role that parish and town councils have and seeking to strengthen it rather than destabilising their governance structures through boundary divisions and the kind that district councils in Devon have suggested. So our proposal treats Plymouth as a continuing authority, minimising transitional costs and risks. The alternative is managed decline. And towards the end, my Lord Mayor, if Plymouth remains locked with current boundaries, we cannot grow, plan strategically, or fund the services we need. This would impact not only those who currently reside, work and learn in the city, but those who do so in the 13 parishes Plymouth is seeking to observe on a governing body. So finally, our proposal delivers authorities strong enough to plan strategically with partners, yet local enough to deliver services that respond to the needs of every community. Firstly, decisions must be made closer to communities, not in distant council chambers. Our proposals protect the culture identity.
Finish your sentence.
We promote public service reform to stop a two-tier system that's failed Devonians. We build for growth. Plymouth needs room to grow and benefit from the Team Plymouth and dividend. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I move that Council endorses the City Council's local government reorganisation proposal for Devon, as in Appendix A, and I note that Council agrees that, subject to agreement by Exeter City Council at a meeting of their executive tomorrow, on Wednesday rather, this proposal and Exeter's proposal be submitted to the government as a single proposal, comprising a shared executive summary, comma, and the detailed rationale for the Plymouth and Exeter positions as appendices. For Plymouth, the appendices will consist of pages 46 and 322 of the agenda pack. I move, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Lugger, I understand that you are seconding the report. Would you like to speak now or reserve your right?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Before I start, on behalf of the Conservative Group, may I extend our best wishes to Councillor Evans, the leader. I hope he gets well soon. My Lord Mayor, I am pleased to rise today to second the recommendations in this report before Council. When I spoke at our meeting on the 17th of March earlier this year, I highlighted that Plymouth's economy is worth estimated £6.97 billion, supports 116,000 jobs and 120,000 dwellings. Through the combined work of both Labour and Conservative administrations, we have delivered a staggering £2.7 billion worth of investment, with a further £1 billion of growth in the pipeline. The detailed proposals before us today does make a powerful case as how future growth may be achieved for the benefit of those communities in the South Hams and Plymouth. And this authority owes a tremendous debt of gratitude to Mr. Bernard and his team for the detailed workings in the paper today. Now, members, can I take you back to ancient history? If we look at Roman walls around English cities, they were there not just for defensive purposes, but they also played a significant role in the governance of those cities. Roman cities were terribly small, and it's amazing how over the centuries, great cities such as Plymouth has flourished as a result of natural evolution. I've said in the chamber before, evolution brings benefits which will last, whilst revolution, the benefits are either temporary or fleeting. The proposals in this paper outline and showcase Plymouth City Council's heartfelt aspiration to protect the culture and identity of all the communities across an expanded Plymouth. The proposal for a modest extension of the city boundaries marks a pivotal moment for the evolution of Plymouth, and moreover presents exciting opportunities for those villages and parishes in the 13 who have been invited to join us. I said before, it's good for Plymouth and it's good for the 13 parishes. I myself had lived all my life the other side of the estuary, which was not part of Plymouth until 1967. The best thing that ever happened was the villages of Greater Plymstock becoming part of Plymouth, with no loss of identity, with no inferiority complex, just outstanding good local services. And the accompanying paper gives the financial analysis which demonstrates how this model will now work for the 13 parishes, our kith and kin, who will hopefully join us. Let us shoot an elephant in the room. There are many out there who are against these proposals. They do not want to see the end of South Hams Council, an authority established relatively recently on the 1st of April 1974 as a result of local government reform 50 years ago. As I mentioned in January, the December 2024 Labour government white paper outlined tremendous reforms with governance, which includes the abolition of district councils. So if anyone's got a moan about South Hams Council, contact the Labour government, not this local authority. There was no consultation at the time, but the good news is, once the Secretary of State considers all the proposals put forward for Devon, there will be a statutory consultation process undertaken by government, when local people and local businesses may have their say. And I would urge, on behalf of the Conservative Group, that this City Council develops clear communication strategy for this phase, so everyone, can contribute before the final decision is announced in 2026. So, in conclusion, my Lord Mayor, I support the proposal before Council today. It takes a balanced view. In the case of Plymouth, it retains the character and identity of all the neighbourhoods of the city, as well as the towns and parishes of the 13 parish area, which, mark my words, members, will deliver savings. It will improve sustainability, and it will be a new catalyst for growth into the next century. Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I formally second this motion. Thank you.
Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Beer?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. The proposal of government reorganisation of the councils in Devon does give Plympton councillors 2 opportunities to improve representation to the 35,000 people who live in our community. The current boundary is outdated. Every day we experience congestion, not least because of the lack of action by the former Conservative at Devon County Council and South Hams District Council at Deep Lane Junction, especially the same now is when it was built. One of only 2 main access points into Plympton, this has become untenable, with the building of Sherford, the new town, and the massive expansion of Langage. Both these areas are under the control of Plymouth City Council, so that urgent action can be coordinated to improve a strategic road network at Deep Lane and on the A38. The second significant benefit to Independent's proposal for a town council in Plympton, this would provide an additional vital resource on the ground to improve local services and the local environment. Whilst there may be aspects of the local government reorganisation that we may not like, keeping elected representatives as local as possible is proven to provide the best local representation and decisions on behalf of the public. I urge this council to support these recommendations and continue the dialogue with the government. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Freeman.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Sorry, reading glasses time. So, I would like to take the chamber on a little history lesson, if my Lord Mayor will indulge me, please. To me, history is important because it's a reminder of where we come from, where we are now, and the importance of getting to that next step. Sometimes we have to look back in order to move forward. I'm starting in 1914, when Plymouth merged with East Stonehouse and Devonport and was awarded city status in 1928 and provided its own services. There were then two smaller expansions of the boundary in 1951 and 1967, as Councillor Lugger has already mentioned. These dates are important to show how Plymouth has expanded when the need has arisen, but now we run the risk of being locked in by other councils. In 1974, under the Local Government Act 1972, Plymouth became a non-metropolitan district, and Devon County Council became responsible for providing county services to Plymouth. This meant that whilst Plymouth was able to make some of its own decisions, other important factors, such as schools and social care, came under Devon County. I can remember my mum marching on Devon County Hall in the late 70s, along with other parents, to try and stop Devon from closing our primary school in Plymouth. A decision being taken by Devon County Council over 45 miles away. The utter frustration of not being able to deal with a local service on a local level was felt by all parents back then. My mother remembers this to this day. I will never forget the parents' exhilaration at the school gates at receiving a positive outcome, but also the bitterness that such a decision was not possible to be made locally. The Banham Commission gave Plymouth City Council its unity status, to start on the 1st of April 1998. This finally gave Plymouth independence from Devon County, as well as removing various tiers of bureaucracy so that all decisions affecting Plymouth were made by Plymouth. Just like before 1974, we had finally come full circle. The local government reorganisation proposal is the next step forward for Plymouth, and I, for one, am grateful to the team who have worked so hard on this proposal. It is time now for Plymouth to be able to grow again. In order to grow, our boundaries, as we know, need to expand. If we don't expand, do we run the risk of being cut off? Do we risk being swallowed up by another council, like back in 1974? This is why we need to look backwards sometimes in order to move forward. Remaining stagnant is not an option. I believe there are many positive outcomes in this proposal, which I hope will see the joining of all councillors today in the vote to take place. Positive outcomes such as reducing the duplication of work across several council tiers, such as parish, borough, district, town and county, at times for the same thing. How frustrating for residents. Savings made by reducing the duplication of work and bureaucracy will result in a better service for residents within the proposed new boundary, as those savings can be reinvested back in their services in future. Decisions being made on a local level, just the once. No more passing up through the various tiers. Clearer accountability in providing services with improved access to the council. I cannot begin to imagine the frustration that my parents and others must have felt to deal with one council for one service, another council for another service, and so on. Growth and improvement in infrastructure, services, jobs, homes, all of which are important to the people of Plymouth. More investment into Plymouth as the new proposed boundary increases. Plymouth's future is going to change. Of this we can be certain. We need to ensure that for all of our residents and businesses, that it's for the better for them. Please vote in favour of the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Freeman. I understand that's your main speech, so congratulations.
Thank you.
Councillor Bryersdale.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. And before I talk about some of the environmental aspects of LGR, I want to go slightly off-piste and run the risk of having to find just as long a sentence as Councillor Stevens did earlier to end on. But I just wanted to say that I've been part of a subgroup of cabinet members who've been involved in this LGR process, and at every meeting I've gone to, I think it's been a great example of seeing the best of public service, the cross-party work that's happened beyond political boundaries, the work of Tudor, Jemima, John and others in terms of being nationally involved and being real leaders in that space, but also what I've seen officers have to do as well, from Tracy and Paul to Ross and Emmanuel having to pivot their day-to-day operations to take on board this hugely important national expectation. And I think it's kept on coming back to public service, and not just what's best for a political party, but about what's best for the city, what's best for Devon, and what's best for our region's growth. But back to what I had planned to say. I wanted to focus on the environmental aspects of LGR because in other debates around Devon, our proposal that we're putting forward today has been somewhat misunderstood. I'm not sure whether that's been deliberately or otherwise. Today's proposal is not just about Plymouth. It's about creating a structure for the whole of Devon that can properly protect and enhance our extraordinary natural environment whilst meeting our climate obligations. Devon is one of the most environmentally significant areas in England. We have 2 national parks in Dartmoor and Exmoor. We have national landscapes, including areas of outstanding natural beauty and sites of special scientific interest. Plymouth uniquely has the country's first national marine park, but Torbay is also home to the UNESCO Global Geopark. Together, we have over 500 kilometres of coastline, 2 UNESCO biospheres, and some of the country's most important agricultural land. In short, Devon is a beautiful natural place for all of us to live. Managing these assets effectively requires the right governance structure. Environmental management requires both strategic scale and local responsiveness. You also need decision makers who understand local landscapes and local environmental pressures. The proposed 4-unitary model delivers that balance. A single Devon authority certainly does not. The proposed 4 unitary councils will each bring distinct environmental strengths, as well as facing distinct challenges. Plymouth and Torbay, as urban coastal cities, share common challenges around marine environmental management, coastal development pressures, and climate adaptation and resilience. Expanded Exeter has to manage a rapidly expanding city whilst protecting surrounding landscapes. The Devon Coast and Countryside Unitary Council has to manage the vast majority of Devon's protected rural landscapes. Dartmoor, Exmoor, and the North Devon Coast would all sit within one authority that can be focused on rural environmental management. Agricultural emissions, moorland management, and biodiversity in working landscapes all require specialist understanding without competing against urban priorities. Turning to Plymouth, I was pleased to see the specific reference in the proposal to our recently passed Plan for Nature and People, which I mentioned earlier, highlighting our long and successful track record in partnership working on environmental initiatives, whether that be the National Marine Park or the Plymouth and South Devon Community Forest, both of which have required working across borders. Our engagement with communities across the proposed expanded Plymouth area heard clearly how much residents, just like us, value the natural environment. People cherish green and blue spaces and coastal landscapes. I understand the valid concerns expressed by some about the impact of growth, but again, we have a positive track record of delivering positive growth communities need, whether that be for more affordable housing, better sustainable transport links, or new jobs, whilst protecting the environment. The City Council led the preparation of the Plymouth and South West Devon Joint Local Plan, which provided for growth in both South Hams and in Plymouth, but balanced this with positive environmental policies. We did it then, and we could be trusted to strike the right balance again when it comes to the new local plan for the expanded Plymouth area. This proposal creates the governance structure Devon's environment needs. It protects our national parks, it protects our national landscapes, and it enables climate actions to be tailored to the specific challenges and opportunities that each of the 4 unitary councils will face going forward. Thank you very much.
Councillor Creswell.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. You won't be surprised when you find out what I'm actually going to be talking about. Because Plymouth City Council has been working hard to ensure that children and young people with special educational needs and/or disabilities, SEND, receive better care and better support for learning in Plymouth. Our partnership, which includes health partners like Derriford Hospital, Live Well South West, NHS Devon, has been working to a new plan to rebuild trust. But my Lord Mayor, we must be honest about the national picture. All councils across the land are really struggling to deliver the services that parents and carers expect. And we're currently trying to fix a 2025 crisis with a toolkit from 1974. The NHS are already changing the way they work. They're moving to a cluster to operate across Devon and Cornwall, yet we're still operating on lines drawn on a map 50 years ago. When a child in one of the 13 parishes in the South Hams needs an education, health and care plan, they can fall into a bureaucratic crack. Their health services may be assessed in Plymouth, their school might be in Plymouth, but their statutory SEND support is in Devon, and that fragmentation is a real risk to families. And my Lord Mayor, this is more than just about school days. It's actually about skills for life. When a young person with SEND reaches 16 or 18, there is the transition to adulthood, and often that can be one of the hardest hurdles. Currently, we have a mismatch between the travel to learn map and the travel to earn map. Young people in these parishes naturally look to Plymouth colleges, for example, to City College, to Marjon University, the Arts University, etc., and Plymouth employers for their futures. By aligning the boundaries, we ensure a seamless golden thread from primary years, in fact, I even go back to early years, primary school, through skills training and into local employment. We cannot expect young people to build a career in Plymouth for their support pathways that are tethered to systems designed for rural Devon. Crucially, this aligns with the forthcoming reforms. The white paper will demand seamless integration. Plymouth can deliver that for children who already access our resources. The current split creates gaps, confusion, and a system that I must say that benefits expensive private providers. Our proposal gives families clarity, one authority to be held accountable, and this is about redrawing the map to save the service. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Steele.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. It was great to hear Councillor Lugger talk so positively about Plymstock. And I have to say, the points that Councillor Beer made around Plympton and Deep Lane, having been stuck on there many a time, resonated with me. And the thing I would say, as somebody who represents Plymstock, grew up in Plympton, is that whilst those communities were brought into Plymouth back in 1967, that they're as proud today as they ever were. And that would be the same for any of the 13 parishes in the South Hams. We saw that ourselves recently, my Lord Mayor, at the Remembrance Service in Plymstock, where there was real civic pride and the work that the community did to organise the ceremony there. And I know that those sorts of ceremonies go on in other parts of the Plyms. And that's just one example of many of the ways that Plymstock and Plympton, as parishes that came into Plymouth, still have that civic pride today. And that's the sort of civic pride we'd see within the 13 parishes. This LGR model that we've got, it recognises the importance of those local parishes and the neighbourhoods. And that's why I think it's so unhelpful and, frankly, irresponsible, the language of a land grab, which is a shame I've got to talk to an empty seat because of the person who has been saying those words is not here in the council chamber. It's really disappointing because the work that the council has done has been so constructive. They've gone out to the parishes. They've also done that consultation inside Plymouth as well around these proposals. And what I remember saying at the Scrutiny Management Board, from my perspective, the worst case scenario is a Plymouth that doesn't exist. The Plymouth that ends as we know it and goes back to, as Councillor Freeman said, a Plymouth that's having decisions imposed on it by Devon County Council miles away from the communities it serves. It's also right what Steve Race MP, the Exeter MP, said, that the proposal that Devon had come up with is about ending 2,000 years of self-governance in Exeter. So that's what's, I think, really brilliant about the proposal that we're putting forward with Exeter, is a joint plan which respects and looks at what's the best that we can deliver for our residents. And it's something that's, it's a proposal that's not just about Plymouth, it's about delivering for Plymouthians, obviously, but also about what we think is right for Devon as a whole, making sure that we don't have some Devon mega council that completely can ignore the voice of people in Plymouth. So I think this is a really important proposal and is why I'm so pleased to be supporting it. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Macleay.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Sorry, I promise it's going to be worth it. So I hope members in this chamber will recognise that we have three things in common. First of all, it's a total love of this place, Plymouth, Plymstock and Plympton. We are incredibly lucky to call this place home. Secondly, we share a real desire to make people's lives better. Now, I also recognise in saying that we will have vastly different ideas on how we get to that and how we'll achieve it, but the common thread is there nonetheless. And thirdly, we share a really weird and Anaraki love of local government policy, of which this is a particularly seismic example. Local government reorganisation, whether you agree with it or not, or have doubts over certain aspects, this plan gives us a generational chance to shape the future of Plymouth and Devon. We in this room really understand the power of local government and its potential. We see the impact that over 300 services that we deliver has on the impacts of the day-to-day lives of our residents. From play parks to bins to grass cutting to climate action to roads and highways, flooding prevention and beyond, Plymouth City Council does incredibly vital work in delivering for our residents from cradle right through to grave. But in thinking about these changes, it is incredibly vital that we take our residents with us. And here I really want to commend the officers and cabinet members who have done a really incredible amount of work to get us to this point. I heard that officers volunteered to spend their time in local parishes in the South Hams to gather their feedback on our plans, and that is, thank you for doing that work. However, in saying that, I do also want to recognise that with the tight timescales, complexity of the plans, and a real lack of understanding of the really important role of local government, the initial consultation has only had feedback from 0.5% of the population of Plymouth. And then when you add in the 13 parishes that we hope to take on board, that consultation rate dwindles even more. It's actually less than the amount of people that fed back on the Armada Way plans. We as members are being asked to endorse these plans, but really I don't think it's ours to endorse. It should be the public. These plans will shape the makeup of Devon, change service delivery, and if done right, deliver real opportunities for local government to have real involvement, for local people to have real involvement in local government. I can say personally that there are aspects of this plan that really excite me, like the opportunity for neighbourhood networks that give local communities like the one I represent in Chadderwood a better say in how their tax money is spent. I see too benefits in better linking up transport opportunities, achieving better economies of scale in areas of budgetary pressure like care, and achieving faster turnaround for ECHPs. But let's not also forget that local government has been really cut to the bone. We've lost 70p in every pound of government funding since 2010, and it is vital that local government is given the funding that it deserves to carry out the services that we need it to deliver, that our residents want to see delivered. So Councillor Poyser and I look forward to the next stage of consultation through the government, where I hope residents will be given increased opportunities to feed back on these plans and what it means for their day-to-day lives in a way that speaks to them. I will be encouraging my residents to engage in this process when it's published, and I really look forward to seeing those plans. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I very much agree with an awful lot of what Councillor McLeod just said, particularly on the need for consultation. I went to one of the consultation events held by Plymouth City Council in Walwell, and it wasn't so much a consultation on the plans, but more of a what can we do for you? And it was very engaging from the public who were there, but of course, a couple of the questions which were asked were not answered accurately. One of the questions asked was about, well, will land change ownership? And they were told no. Well, that factually isn't true, of course, because the highway network, which is currently owned by Devon County Council, would change ownership into the new model. So it is really key that we get proper consultation with the public on what is being proposed, so that we can ensure that what we put forward is actually absolutely the right model, because this is really once in a lifetime, once a generation opportunity to really change the model. I wholeheartedly support the abolishment of two-tier councils. Having a borough or a district supported with then a county council over the top is confusing for residents, and Councillor Freeman absolutely nailed it. The public don't know which councillor is responsible for, say, planning and refuse, or which councillor is responsible for adult social care and highways. Having served on a county and a borough, it is confusing for residents as to who is responsible for which, and that is something proposals for LGR will do away with, and that is a very, very good thing. I do think our own proposal could most certainly be improved. There's no way after 20, 30 years between the last reorganisation and this that somehow all of our proposals are given a green rating. We are not perfect. There is no way all our proposals are green. And I'll give you one example, and that's for National Park. We say that under our model, which splits the National Park, is a green, yet under the 145, where there's only a tiny fraction of it split, that model's given a yellow. That isn't credible. I think someone in Westminster looking at the proposals, they need to be absolutely convinced that we've done all the proper due diligence. We've put forward something that is absolutely bang on the money, and we're not quite there. There still is some work to be done because it has been rushed. We've only had 11 months to put forward a once-in-a-lifetime change, and it is difficult. There's been really good work done by the officers, but we still need a little bit more work, I think, to make sure this is absolutely perfect, and that's precisely what the future consultation needs to allow the government to be able to do. We need to make sure that those rural areas surrounding us, particularly to the east, are protected, that those areas, if those communities wish to remain rural, they're able to remain rural, because that is part of the concern of those areas of the South Hams, that they will be consumed by Plymouth. And we need to make it very, very clear that that is not the intention, that we absolutely do want to make sure that those people who wish to live a rural life are able to do so. I think we've missed a trick with Tavistock. I've said it before, I'll say it again. If we're only looking at expanding east, and yet also reference Exeter's commuter belt for the reason why they're expanding in the directions they're seeking to expand, you need to consider the travel from Tavistock to Plymouth. The number of people who work at the hospital who live in Tavistock is enormous, and the need for the railway line between Tavistock and ourselves is really important. So there is an argument to say Tavistock South should have been included in the proposals, or given it more consideration, because we put forward these ideas almost immediately, and then nothing has changed. And I find it surprising we'd be able to get it absolutely right the first time over the period of 30 years since this was last considered. So I will be supporting the proposals as they are, because it goes to government, but we really need to make sure that consultation with the public afterwards is meaningful, that the rural areas are respected, that if there needs to be tweaks based on the responses from the public, they can be done, because this isn't for us just to tell the public, you will have this. This needs to be the public engaged, and we've done a good job going out and talking to the parishes, talking to those areas, talking to the town councils, but it needs to be clear that it is for them to decide that this is what they would like to see, and that we are responsive. Because if we don't do that, we'll be letting them down. Because they'll be looking at us, thinking, well, do we want to be living within the Plymouth City Council area? Are these couple of councillors we want? Is this the chamber we want? So I think that is hugely important, and I'll support the proposals on that basis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As a council, we already deliver adult social care services, and we have a long and strong established relationship with the health service, but we are at a turning point for the sector. We know that adult social care is under intense scrutiny, with the Casey review and wider sector reforms highlighting the absolute necessity of robust, transparent and integrated care. The era of silo working is over. The 13 South Hams parishes currently receive their social care from Devon County Council, yet they live their lives in Plymouth's health ecosystem. As the NHS consolidates around the new ICB structures, retaining a separate social care authority for those residents creates a natural fracture. Plymouth can integrate services in ways the current structure prevents. The government's direction is towards neighbourhood teams, combining district nurses, social workers and home care. You cannot build a neighbourhood team if the neighbourhood is split down the middle of a council boundary. This is why our proposal for the neighbourhood networks goes beyond the council. We are designing these networks to include health services and our wider public sector partners explicitly. We are ensuring that these boundaries work for them operationally, and crucially, that they map onto the places where we're actually recognising them as neighbourhoods, and our residents will recognise those neighbourhoods. For the South Hams residents, this transfer means the council that empties their bins is the same one that cares for their elderly family members and friends. And we must seize this opportunity to create a structure fit for the whole future purpose of social care, not its past. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Stevens, would you like to sum up?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Yeah, thank you, my Lord Mayor. Firstly, can I thank all councillors who have contributed to this very important debate on local government reorganisation. We've heard about the history of Plymouth and the evolution of the city as it grows. We've heard from the Leader of the Opposition about the Roman wall element of it in terms of protecting the city, and in protecting it and securing its future economic growth. We've heard about how public services are important to people, and this model that we're proposing will be a chance to have better public services for those who are alive now and those who come after us. But something I'm also touched by, the decision we make today isn't a mid-2020s, late 2020s thing. We're actually doing it to future-proof provision for people going forward in the 2030s, the 2040s and the 2050s. Members have made some very good points, and later this evening I will ensure that in making its final decision, the Cabinet will take all these into account. I will just remind Councillor Woods, though, we didn't have a consultation when we went to the parishes, and indeed to the neighbourhoods across Plymouth. We had an engagement session, so the purpose of that was a two-way engagement. First of all, we were thrilled to learn about how important the parishes meant to those who live in them. And I think that precipitated our thinking during the engagement process about how can we bring that question up with neighbourhoods in Plymouth, because whether you live in the South Hams, Nos Mayo, Ivybridge or whatever, or Devonport, Southway, Plymstock, Plimpton, you all have pride in your neighbourhood, wherever you are within our cities and within the area currently known as South Hams. But whilst I remain open-minded of the Cabinet decision tonight, it's clear that several of the alternative proposals put forward by some other councils would seriously undermine the future of the council itself in terms of its tax base, overall long-term financial sustainability, and would severely limit its ability to respond to the challenges arising from public sector service reform. Having said that, we must remind ourselves that we've worked very collaboratively with both Torbay and especially Exeter City Council. Plymouth and Exeter are now proposing a joint submission, as I informed you earlier, advocating the 4 unitary councils for Devon. In essence, Torbay is also supporting the 4 unitary, albeit more to remain in their existing boundary limits. I won't respond to every point that's been made, but I'll just bring up to Councillor Wood. We discussed the Tavistock issue last time, and if you go back to the minutes of the council meeting in March this year, Councillor Evans will clearly explain why we haven't gone to that extent. Councillor Beer, you made a powerful case for looking after your community, as we all do. It's always been the case that a town council could have been proposed at any time under the current legislation. So this proposal isn't in itself directly linked to LGR. However, as the proposal makes clear, we do look to new affordable models of governance in whichever locality we live in the proposed area of governance. So I welcome the opportunity to discuss with the Plimpton councillors their suggestion of a way a town council could work in their area. And to Councillor Macleay, I note your passion you have, somebody will share this with Councillor Macleay, for a good community engagement. And that is clearly something that we wish to work with. It's ironic, I'm looking at engagement now and I'm talking to a seat. But so there are many pluses that people have shared today, and that we will take all those points, whether you've got concerns or strong advocates for it, to Cabinet tonight as we make our final decision. But I'd also like to thank Councillor Lugger, my Lord Mayor, for once again seconding the motion on local government reorganisation, as you did, sir, back in March. And I hope that all across this chamber can endorse this bold and transformational proposal that we are submitting to government, not only for Plymouth, but for the whole of Devon. Please vote to endorse the proposals for 4 unitary councils and 1 truly connected Devon. I move, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. We'll now move to the vote. Please use in the normal way, using your buttons on the keypad. Motion is carried. I move to item number 9, the medium-term financial strategy 2025-26 to 2029-30. Councillor Lowry, would you like to introduce the report?
Yes, I would, Lord Mayor. Thank you very much. As you have said, this is the City Council's medium-term financial strategy for the period 2025-26, all the way through to April 2030. This strategy provides the framework for how we will manage our resources over the next 5 years. It reflects the significant challenge we face and sets out a clear intent to respond to the ambition, discipline, and a strong focus on delivery for the people of Plymouth. Members will also be aware that the government's policy statement published last week confirms the outcome of the fairer funding review. This statement confirms the much welcome move towards a 3-year settlement and provides greater certainty for the financial planning. It also brings additional funding for local services. Alongside this, a simplification in the number of grants that we currently receive. We receive 30 grants externally from government to Plymouth City Council. These will be consolidated into 4. This will reduce the amount of work we have to do as a council in returning those grant applications, and additionally, it would create a lot less work for the financial team, which I'm sure they're delighted to know about. Transitional arrangements will be in phase over these 3 years to ensure there's a continuation of funding for the recovery grant based on our existing allocations, with above inflationary increase, and this will be of significant benefit financially to Plymouth. The changes in these reports are complex and are still subject to change, and we will need to wait for more detail to come through, and this will be updated as part of a normal process through the budgetary planning setting meetings that will take place in the new year. Alongside the fairer funding review outcomes, the medium-term financial strategy also considers the planned reset of business rate retention schemes. These changes bring both opportunity and uncertainty and are currently ongoing. You've heard me mention on numerous occasions, and you've heard from others, that whilst we may further understand what our resources may look like, we are seeing a significant increase in demand-led pressures. Noticeably, social care, we're seeing more clients with complex needs. In children's services, we're seeing the cost of placements, especially in unregistered or high-cost places, increase. Our special schools are near at capacity, and we're seeing an increased reliance on the independent sector for placements. Homelessness services are under pressure from the shortage of affordable accommodation and housing, and the cost of living crisis is also affecting us. The shortfall in funding for dedicated schools grants, whilst excluded from the financial position within this revenue report, it does in fact impact upon us from a borrowing perspective and is included in this report. These pressures are not cyclical, they are structural, and as a whole system commitment needs to invest in a much earlier help, smarter design, and an integrated community support. Progress is already being made in these areas. We're expanding re-ablement in social care, we're strengthening the placement of children's services, and increasing temporary accommodation for homelessness. We are also launching a city help and support programme to target preventative support to children and adults. Transformation alone will not address this gap that currently in the current documentation is some £13.7 million, and every directorate will need to develop robust and delivery plans for the proposals moving forward. Looking ahead, Plymouth is well placed to benefit from the National Investment Programme, including the designation as a National Defence Growth Area, and including the New Towns Programme, which I hope will have significant financial benefit moving forward. The medium-term financial plan sees the fiscal backdrop for 26-27 and charts a roadmap for the next 5 years. It reflects our commitment to delivering for both Plymouth and its residents and the significant challenges. We will continue to work closely with members, partners and communities as we deliver the budget setting process next year. The provisional settlement in December will provide further clarity, and I will update the Budget Scrutiny Committee in January. Cabinet has therefore agreed this budget and therefore recommend it to full council today. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor, I understand that you are seconding the report. Would you like to speak now or reserve your right?
I am seconding the report and I will reserve my right to speak. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm grateful for figure 1 on page 10, which outlines funding assessment over the last decade. But of course, it is only part of a story. What is missing here is the council's core spending power. I don't understand why it's been omitted, as it's arguably the most important measure of funding which has been available to the council, as it includes the council tax. So it would be useful next year if this could be included as well, so we can see the direct comparison, please. I wholeheartedly agree with what you just stated about multi-year funding settlement. That has been missing in recent years. Multi-year funding assessment is really important for us to set a budget, and we have to set a budget over multiple years. So I totally agree with that. Thank you.
Councillor Creswell.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm going to speak a little bit about the Dedicated Schools Grant. So the DSG, as it's affectionately known, is a ring-fence grant provided to local authorities by the Department of Education to fund expenditure on schools, early years, children and young people with high needs. The blocks include the schools block, which are funds provided to mainstream education, primary and secondary schools, administered by Plymouth City Council. The early years block, which are funds various early years entitlements for children 1 to 5, including the universal childcare hours. The central school services block, which is statutory responsibilities that local authorities have, like school admissions. And the high needs block, which supports children and young people aged 0 to 25 with special educational needs and disabilities, SEND. This includes funding for special schools, alternative provision, support within mainstream schools, e.g. support units, and further education post-16. Now, there are fundamental problems with this funding, and I'll touch on some of them. The first is the 2014 Code of Practice for SEND, which expanded the level of support and choice available to children and young people, including those aged up to 25. Laudable, but austerity meant it was never sufficiently funded. Next, a significant proportion of the high needs block funding is determined by proxy factors for SEND, such as population, low attainment, deprivation and free school meals. These factors are not directly linked to the number of SEND pupils issued with an EHCP, Educational Healthcare Plan, across the city. Also, the historic spend factor, which is based on the 2017-18 baselines and has not been uplifted to reflect inflationary increases or demand for specialist placements. The historic spend factor means the inequity of previous formulas are baked into current funding allocations. Additionally, the growth in EHCPs, nationally a 140% increase in 10 years. In Plymouth, in September 2023, there were 2,700 EHCPs, and by the end of July 2025, there were 3,422. The increasing number of SEND pupils with EHCP has resulted in Plymouth special schools reaching full capacity and placing increased reliance on costly independent specialist school placement, often out of area. Independent specialist schools provision is much more expensive, often twice or 3 times the cost of state provision. These are the factors driving the pressures on the high needs block of the DSG. So what are we doing about it? Well, first of all, targeted funding model from 2025-26, 2.845 million has been ring-fenced for mainstream schools to support the prevention of specialist places and placements. Where parents see their children supported and need met, they're less likely to demand a special school place. We're already seeing the impact of this, and it will be further reviewed. The increased funding for top-up in mainstream schools, more support, so less likelihood of specialist placement requested. The opening of a satellite for our maintained special schools in one of our local primaries, creating many additional places. Early intervention in early years in other special schools. Early intervention, early help to support successful transition into mainstream primary settings. Much greater understanding of the SEND cohort and sufficiency needs. Better planning due to work being undertaken by our officers and partners. and restarting the DSG budget modelling groups with school leaders via Schools Forum, and working with our schools on inclusion and the belonging framework, real buy-in from our school leaders and MAT leads, making our schools more inclusive so we keep more of our children in mainstream with the right support. Examples today, as you saw, of the graduated approach to inclusion, which is in supporting parents, schools and professionals to support children to keep them thriving and achieving in their school communities. Finally, we await the publication of the SEND White Paper, now expected in January 2026, which must set out long-term systemic reforms to address challenges which we and other councils cannot solve alone. We want to work, and we will work, and do work with DFE and partners on this. However, please do not forget that at the centre of this are some of our most vulnerable children, and it's critical that there is a creative and visionary mission which will address the needs of our SEND children and young people into the future in a sustainable way. And finally, just very, very quickly, Lord Mayor, if I could just be indulged, is that we've actually had a briefing session for members on the DSG, and we're planning to run it again in January. I'd urge you all to attend. A sort of everything you ever wanted to know about the DSG, but were afraid to ask. It really is accessible, interesting, and a key aspect of local authority funding. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Lang, do you wish to speak? Councillor Lowry, would you please sum up?
I welcome Councillor Creswell's intervention and trying to explain to us all DSGs. It's an incredibly complex thing, but as you can see, she's incredibly passionate about it, which is most important, in fact. Councillor Wood point, we talk here about the net revenue budget, which isn't, of course, the council's gross budget. So outside that sits lots of other funding that we don't actually record in these papers here. But their revenue budget consists of council tax, pretty much, business rates, and principally grants that we get from government. And the graph that you referred to, graph 1, shows the last 10 years and gives people an indication that you can see our grant funding has vastly reduced over a number of years. And that possibly is a very good explanation as to why often in this chamber we have to increase council tax. Not something most of us actually want to do, but needs are, so sadly we have to do that from time to time. I'm very happy to look at the methodology in which we provide this data. Happy to make some changes that you've suggested. I would just also make the point that this document is also out for public consultation as part of our budgetary process. And we've encouraged residents and businesses to engage and give us their views and opinion on how they think we should spend our money going forward. And there's a survey online. It only takes a few minutes, and I would urge members and members of the public to engage with that budget setting process and give us their views and opinions. And you can find the survey on the council's website. And I hope they do exactly that, Lord Mayor. So thank you very much.
We'll move to the vote now. Please vote using the buttons on your keypad. The motion is carried. Councillors, at this point, I'd like to move a procedural motion to suspend standing orders for the Chief Executive to introduce the report and take any questions for item 10, which is the senior management structure. Deputy Lord Mayor, would you second my proposal?
I second your proposal, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. We'll move to the vote now, and please vote in the usual way. The motion is carried. Chief Executive, would you like to introduce the report?
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Members, the report in front of you is in 4 parts. The first part of the report sets out the proposal to add an additional 2 service directors to the senior management structure. In relation to the first of those, you've heard this afternoon about Team Plymouth and the work that we are doing. I would say we're very much still in the foothills of that work. We've achieved a huge amount in getting a government defence deal, but there is a lot to do to make sure we bring that to life. And the work that needs to happen needs dedicated resource, along with our partners in the MOD and in Babcock, to ensure that we really do make the most of the deal that we have. We're only one of 5 places in the country, 3 nations, 1 combined authority, and Plymouth. So resourcing this is going to be really important. The second service director is one for quality assurance, safeguarding and partnerships within our Children's Directorate. Children's Directorate has a budget of just under £70 million, and they have 2 directors, service directors at the moment. This post will really make sure that we have at that strategic level the necessary capacity and leadership for the quality assurance, partnerships and safeguarding work that we do. You'll note in the report that those functions are actually carried out at a lower level in the management structure, and so there would be, we've got vacancies in some of those areas, so we will rejig that to make sure that that strategic leadership is there. The second part of the report concerns the designation of the Section 151 officer. You'll be aware that our current service director is leaving us for personal reasons, and Chief Officer's Appointments Panel last week met to consider a candidate on an interim basis. We're out to advert for the permanent role, but we will need an interim. And they have offered that position to David Northey. David, you will recall, left us earlier in the year, thought he was going off into the sunset for his retirement, but David is happy to come back and work with us until we do make that permanent appointment. Although the Chief Officer's Appointments Panel can appoint the Service Director, you have the power to give the designation of the Section 151, so that's why that part of the report is with you. I'm also asking you to note that we have a change in the designation of our statutory scrutiny officer, and that post, the statutory function would move from the head of governance, performance and risk to the head of elections and democratic support. And then finally, hopefully to make sure that's not all too confusing, there's a section in there that just sets out which functions sit under which director, just so you've got hopefully an easy to use guide. Lord Mayor, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Does anybody have any questions? Councillor Beer.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I think one of the main concerns I have is, can we really afford these additional salaries? Because although we're quoted the band levels here in our papers today, we need to consider that we have to add on top of that pensions, national insurance contributions, sick pay, holidays. So my question is to the Chief Executive, can we afford this?
I suppose the alternative is, or the other question is, can we afford not to do this? In terms of those senior roles within the organisation, we are pretty lean, and making sure that we do have senior roles at the right level is really important. You'll note that the report is clear from the Service Director for Finance that this is contained within the existing budgets of the Council, and that containment would not be just for the salary band, but it is for all on costs as well.
Any more questions? Councillor Dowd, would you like to move the recommendations? Yeah, we're now moving back from from the change in the standing orders back to where we were originally. Okay? Councillor Dan, would you like to move?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I was just going to formally move, but I think following on from Councillor Beer's comments, I think I would like to add a couple of things. For the director that's going to look after Team Plymouth and work with the Ministry of Defence, Babcock and Plymouth City Council, I mean, we've already got hard, pressured, stressful staffing needs anyway with all the local government reorganisation. And if bearing in mind that this is an extra £250 million worth of money coming into the city over the next 3 to 5 years, we cannot afford not to make sure that the City Council really, really benefits from this investment into the city, and to have someone who will be coordinating work across the City Council and those other major employers and partnerships across the city. So I don't think we can afford not to have that leading role, because it is a major opportunity for the city to really rise above and put Plymouth where it should be on the map. And we do need to make sure that we believe in that, and we show that we're really, really intent on making that happen. And in terms of the Service Director for Quality Assurance, Safeguarding and Partnerships within Children's Services, we've already moved forward a hell of a lot in the way that we look after children and children's services right across the city. And part of this role is making sure that we have a lead on safeguarding and quality assurance across things that really, really matter, which is SEND, future skills, children's social care and early help, all the things that support the development of young people in the city. And in terms of the Section 151 officer, well, welcome back, David Northey. We can't work as a council without having Section 151, and it's an absolute key appointment. So I'd like to move the recommendations in this report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lang, I understand you will be seconding. Do you wish to speak now or reserve your right?
I am seconding, and I am going to reserve my right. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Lang, do you wish to speak now? Councillor Dan, would you please sum up?
I think we can just move to the vote. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. We'll move to the vote now. Please vote using the buttons on your keypad in the usual way. The motion is carried. Thank you. I would now suggest we have an adjournment for tea. So if we get back here, 4:15, back in the chamber. Thank you. I move to item 11, Treasury Management Annual Report 2024 to 25. Councillor Lowry, would you like to introduce the report?
Yes, I would, Lord Mayor. This is the first of two reports that I will introduce in respect of Treasury Management. This one refers to the Treasury Management Outturn Report for 24-25, which is, of course, looking back to last year, which will review our borrowing, our investment activity and compliance with the Prudential Code over the last financial year. At the end of the year, the Council's net borrowing stood at £703 million, reflecting a continued investment in Plymouth's infrastructure and regeneration. Our investment portfolio performed strongly, achieving an average yield of 4.81%. Our overall Treasury Management delivered a £6 million underspend, driven by a higher than expected investment income. Plymouth City Council holds a substantial portfolio of assets. The Property Regeneration Fund alone represents some £228 million of investment, generating over £11 million of income last year to support the revenue budget and creating an estimated 976 jobs and an additional £1.2 million in additional business rates. This strategic assets base ensures that a significant proportion of our borrowing is backed by generated income and cost-saving initiatives. Our balance sheet reporting a further fixed asset base of approximately £1.2 billion. Throughout the year, we maintained compliance with all of our prudential indicators, with the exception of one. The fixed interest rate upper exposure limit was exceeded to protect against a rising interest rate and securing best value for money. The prudential indicators was discussed at last week's Audit and Governance Committee and was endorsed by themselves, and therefore today is here for our approval. I will provide further detail on this matter when I introduce the more recent mid-term report, which is the following agenda item. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Allen, I understand you are seconding the report. Would you like to speak now or reserve your right?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I second this and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Anybody else wish to speak? No. Councillor Allen, do you wish to speak now?
No, it's working. Thank you, my Lord Mayor. As Chair of Audit and Governance, I can confirm that this outturn report for 2024 to 25 was reviewed in full by our committee last week, and we were satisfied with its findings and support the recommendations. So I'm pleased to second the proposal. Thank you.
Councillor Lowry, would you like to sum up?
Lord Mayor, thank you.
We'll move to the vote. Would you please now vote using the buttons on your keypads? The motion is carried. So we move to item number 12, the Treasury Management Mid-Year Report for 2025 to 26. Councillor Lowry, would you like to introduce the report?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I'm sure you'll be pleased to hear this is the last report that I'll be introducing today. I know there's some very dry subject matters here, but nevertheless, it's an important part of what we do as a council. So this is the mid-year Treasury Management update for 2025-26, and it provides an up-to-date assessment of our borrowing position, our investment performance and outlook for the remainder of the financial year. At the end of September, total borrowing stood at £758 million, an increase of £55 million since March. However, please note that the net borrowing, the level of borrowing after taking into account cash held in our bank account, fell by £15 million to £609 million due to higher investment balances as we navigated a period of refinancing. Members will be aware included in this report is the emerging SEND issue that Councillor Creswell referred to previously. The projected deficit this year is some £54 million. You will also be aware, Lord Mayor, that cumulatively there is a shortfall of some £3.15 billion and projected to reach £5 billion across the whole of England this year. Closer to home, Devon reported a deficit of nearly £170 million at the end of the financial year. So the scale of the challenge across the South West is quite considerable. Members will be pleased to know that I raised this issue along with the Deputy Leader, the Chief Executive and the Section 15 officer in a briefing with the Local Government Minister on Tuesday. Her response was, "I hear what you're saying, Councillor. Please await the white paper on SEND reform, which is due hopefully in January, and that will give us much needed clarity and support from the local government on how we deal with this significant challenge." In line with our strategy, borrowing decisions have been focused about providing affordability and risk in respect to our borrowing, and recent refinancing using the Public Works Loan Board over a longer term period has helped refinance our risk compared to the short-term borrowing. On the investment side, the money market fund has delivered strong returns, and the pooled fund continues to provide income above budget, yielding an average 5.46%. To optimise returns and maintain flexibility, the report recommends increasing the counterparty limit for market funds from £12 million to £15 million. The Treasury Management revenue forecast remains on track, with higher interest costs from temporary borrowing offset by increased investment income. Compliance with our indicators has been maintained with the exception of the fixed rate upper limit, which I mentioned earlier. So, this is where it gets a little bit complicated, but we borrow money sometimes over 364 days. On this instance, we wish to borrow the money over 365 days, and in doing so, it makes it a lot cheaper for the council. So I would ask that you would amend the Treasury Management recommendations to include for us to do exactly that, Lord Mayor. I can confirm that the above proposals of these amendments were sent to the Treasury Management Board for their consideration and the Audit and Governance Committee last Tuesday, and they endorsed our approval. So therefore, I would request that we respectively make these changes going forward, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Allen, I understand that you are seconding the report. Would you like to speak now or reserve your right?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I'll reserve my right.
Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Allen, would you like to speak?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Again, I can confirm the mid-year Treasury Management update for 2025 to 26 was considered in full by our committee last week. We examined the proposed changes to the Treasury Management strategy, and the committee agreed these adjustments are prudent steps to manage interest rate risk and maintain flexibility in our investment approach. Having reviewed the analysis and recommendations, the committee endorsed them for approval today. I'm therefore pleased to second this proposal. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Lowry, would you like to sum up?
Lord Mayor, I'd simply like to thank the Audit and Governance Committee for their hard work last Tuesday, an important decision made. And I'd also like to pass on my personal thanks. I'm sure many of us will join me in thanking Ian Trisgrove for his contribution to the Council over this period of time and his considerable support to me. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
We now move to the vote. Would you please vote using the buttons on your keypad? The motion is carried. We now turn to item 13 on the agenda, which is the motions for notice. I would remind members there's a maximum time limit of 2 hours for motions on notice. 13A, enforcement of parking restrictions. Councillor Wood, would you like to introduce the motion?
Sorry, my Lord Mayor. I think these are just being circulated.
understand that it is agreed that it should be introduced as amended.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I rise to propose this motion, which addresses a problem that many of us hear about repeatedly from parents, school staff and residents across Plymouth: the ongoing issue of illegal, inconsiderate and dangerous parking outside of our schools. I'm grateful to Councillor Stevens for his pragmatic amendments to our motion, which we have accepted and have been circulated. We all agree that improving safety around schools is one of our most important responsibilities. The journey to and from school should be safe and straightforward, yet outside far too many of our schools, we continue to see vehicles stopping on school keep clear markings and WLO lines, places specifically designed to protect children. Now let me be absolutely clear. Enforcement does take place. Our civil enforcement officers are out on patrol, and the council already operates mobile CCTV enforcement vehicles. These teams work hard and they do issue penalties. But despite their efforts, the situation outside many schools remains unacceptable. The current approach, while valuable, simply isn't having the desired deterrent effect entirely. Too many drivers still take the gamble, and the risks they create are all too real. The consequences are well known: reduced visibility for children crossing the road, congestion that frustrates residents, blocked access for emergency vehicles, and daily concerns reported by those who see these problems firsthand. When markings designed for safety are ignored, children and families are put in harm's way, and that is something this council should not accept. This motion sets out a constructive, balanced and practical way forward. First, it calls for a detailed look at how we can strengthen and better resource the enforcement we already have. This is not about starting from scratch, but about making what we already do more effective, more targeted, more visible and more consistent. It proposes a redoubling of our public awareness campaigns. Enforcement alone won't solve this. We need to remind drivers clearly and repeatedly of the risks they create when they ignore road markings, risks to children, to staff and to other road users. And finally, the motion calls for a progress report within 6 months through scrutiny, ensuring we can review what has been done, what impact it has had, and whether further steps are required. Colleagues, this is a sensible, proportionate and needed proposal. We are not criticising our enforcement teams, nor are we starting from scratch. We are recognising that what we currently do is not yet enough to fully protect children in the way they deserve. By supporting this motion, we commit to making those existing efforts more effective and more responsive to the concerns of our school communities. Let us send a clear message that safety outside of our schools is not optional, and that we will not tolerate behaviour that puts children at risk. I urge members to support this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Lugger, I understand you were seconding the motion. Do you wish to speak now or reserve your right?
I will second the motion, my Lord Mayor. May I speak now? Members, this is a straightforward and sensible motion that I hope will win widespread support across the chamber today, because it is all about public safety. Rule 238 of the Highway Code states that double yellow lines indicate a prohibition against waiting at any time. Most school entrances and exits do have the yellow zigzag lines, like hospitals and fire stations, which means people should not park there, they must keep clear. We as a local authority, as Councillor Woods has alluded to, can issue charges, penalty charges known as PCNs, and we're looking at this today. I was fortunate because we lived 10 minutes away from my daughter's school, so I always would pick her up on foot. But it never ceased to amaze me, the circus that was outside that school at 3:30. Narrow cul-de-sac, double yellow lines on both sides of the road, everyone parking on double yellow lines, everyone parking on yellow zigzags, everyone blocking everyone's driveway. And to my amazement, one day, this lady turned up and drove into her drive, and I assumed it was her house, but she got out to pick up her daughter, and the irate owner was around the back, and there was an altercation. We do know that council resources are limited, but some attention now needs to be applied to looking at active enforcement against illegal parking around schools. It's a matter of public safety. It's a prevention of a public nuisance. So I hope as many members as possible today will deem the action points of this motion, which have been slightly amended, worthwhile and support the motion in its entirety. I thank you, my Lord Mayor. I second the motion.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Tibbetts.
Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor. I'm really pleased to see this motion here today because, as we'll know, I think we've all got a school in our wards where parking is a real issue. Particularly in my ward, parking around Compton Primary School has long been a problem, as myself and my ward colleagues hear about. The Safer School Street scheme has been a positive introduction and has definitely made things better, but residents have been saying that this doesn't go far enough, and I do agree, so I look forward to seeing further improvements as a result of this motion. We all know what the well-known issues are, so I won't spend time highlighting those today, and I'd like to highlight a suggestion that a resident made at our ward surgery last week, and he suggested that we could have some signage outside schools that says that this is a parking enforcement zone, explaining that people will be ticketed in this area, and hopefully that this will help deter people from parking on double yellow lines in the first place. I think it'd be really positive if the council could look at this, and this has come directly from a resident living around a primary school. So if we could take that forward as well, that'd be fantastic. But other than that, I'll be supporting this motion today. So thank you very much.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In addition to being a ward councillor, I'm a very proud school governor at Pennycross Primary. Councillor Stevens and before him, Councillor Coker will be very well versed in the huge amount of road safety and schooling issues that occur at Pennycross Primary. I feel very passionately about sorting those problems out, not just at Pennycross, but at other wards, other schools across the ward. But given there's been particular cause to focus in on both Pennycross and Mayflower as a result of 4 serious road traffic accidents on Ham Drive in the last year alone, with one resulting in a death, it's been mounting, the pressure has been mounting from the community to try and resolve that issue. And I wouldn't want to draw any conclusions or formulate a pattern between any of those incidents individually without the facts, but what I do know is that people in the communities around these schools are getting increasingly more concerned and are asking for more action from us. So we've done a huge amount of work, gotten around the table on multiple occasions to try and find solutions to these problems that are recurrent across the city and almost feel unsolvable. And for that reason, we've had to be quite open-minded about the actions that we take. And as councillors in Ham, we have been very well supported by the road safety team and by highways officers to try and be a bit creative about some of the solutions at these schools, which has involved funding a design project to look at moving a zebra crossing, which is just too close to a mini roundabout at Arden Grove and Millennium Street. We've worked to reduce the number of vehicles that travel up onto Ham Drive at peak times by trialling a reversal of the one-way system onto Honnet Knoll Lane from Melrose Avenue, which is still ongoing. We've increased the number of repeater signs around the school, which is in a 20-mile-an-hour zone as it is. Secured funding for traffic light crossings at one of the busiest junctions on Ham Drive to improve road safety. And personally, I've invested a huge amount of time in trying to understand the culture of parents who travel to school in cars with their children, and done a survey with parents at the school to find out why they drive their kids to school. Is it because they continue onwards to work? Is it because they're outside of the catchment area? Is it because they've got multiple children at multiple schools? And trying to find individual ways of resolving issues for parents to reduce the pressure at school time at the gates. And we've had good support from the police in terms of the police coming and supporting the school council with the speed guns to stand at the side of the road and be a visible presence to remind people why we do this. It's about kids getting to school and being safe on the way. And all of those things have been very well supported by highways officers. In particular, I think Suzanne Keith and Mike Jones particularly sick of hearing from me, I'd imagine. But also Darren Stoneman and enforcement in creating a bespoke package for how we deal with 2 schools which are on the same road but could not face more different circumstances in terms of how people travel to and from school. So there is a lot more to do, as Councillor Wood said. It does feel unsolvable at times, but actually I think it's really important that we recognise and celebrate the work of a team who, they never hear from us when things are going well. They only ever hear from us when there's a problem, and they play a pivotal role in helping to keep our children safe, and I think it's important that we remember that whilst we strive to do better.
Councillor John Stevens.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Thank you, Councillors Wood and Lugger, for bringing this motion and accepting the suggested tweaks to it as well. But road safety isn't a political football. It's something we all care about. We're all involved in wherever we are in the city. And it's a society issue as well, because it's the issue that concerns schools, concerns children, concerns their parents. But critically, we need a behaviour change in not just in Plymouth, but elsewhere as well. I think the whole situation, to be honest, has been made worse since children were encouraged to go to any school you could go to within a reasonable distance. So therefore, there are more cars on the road. Years ago, you tended to go to your local school. I'm not advocating going back to that before somebody gets hold of that, but it does compound the problem. I agree with what has been said. Our road safety team is amazing. Many of them have been there for decades. They know the schools we share with them inside out, and they're very good at developing the schools further on our behalf and their community's behalf. Since September, we've allocated additional resources for and piloting a new initiative of a school-based enforcement officer. So that's based in localities in the city. We have one now, and we're recruiting for another, because very often road traffic enforcement people aren't available for school time when it's the most critical time of the day, I think, in the city. And they visit schools on a rota basis, on an allocated list, depending on the identified need, from 8 to 9 in the morning and 2 to 4 in the afternoon. And since starting the pilot in 5 schools, 53 penalty charges notices have been issued, and 313 vehicles have been moved on, with people in them, I'm assuring you that, because education is the critical thing there for the children and for the drivers themselves. And schools have welcomed this, as we've heard today. Manard and Vale, I share with you the concerns you have, Councillor Wood, alongside Councillor Blight. We've worked there, and they will have an enforcement camera visiting there in December. So if any of your community is watching that now, they might take note. School gate reports are undertaken. In Egg Buckland Ward, 5 vehicle pedestrian counts have taken place at the schools this term, and councillors in Southway Ward, Councillor Lugger and others who represent Southway, will be pleased that Widewell School will be joining the school pedestrian training in January next year, and they already will be having 20-mile-an-hour pulsar flashing signs outside the school. So I'm really pleased this has been supported, because education is the critical thing, but we do have to enforce because there's children's lives at risk. I endorse what you suggested about taking this to scrutiny. I think that's really important for you to have more. As you know, Lord Mayor, I could go on and on, but I think a lot of the information that I would normally have shared today would be best served at a scrutiny meeting. And I also endorse the recommendation to have a comms programme. But I think not only do we just have to highlight the negative behaviour of drivers, and it is drivers in generally, and many of them are parents of the school that it is happening at. We need to also celebrate the good work here. And I'll end with something that the head teacher of YDE Court School has said. He said to one of his pedestrian trainers, he said, as the children have been arriving to school with their parents this morning, having had pedestrian training, several of them were clearly putting their pedestrian training into practice. A few confidently reminded their adults to stop and look both ways before crossing. And I even heard one child tell their parent, we need to go and check again before we go. It was lovely to see them taking real ownership of what they had to do. So I certainly believe children and young people could be the teachers for their parents in terms of what's expected and responsible behaviour. Their awareness and practical use of the training they had was evident, and it was wonderful to see them actively helping to keep themselves and their families safe. Moments like these really highlight the value of the programme and the positive impact it is having. And this is my favourite one. A child said to one of the road safety team, after a period of training, I'm going to miss you. I will remember this for the rest of my life. Now, what we hope to do, we only wish their parents would have had the similar training, but we do need to hit home that bad parking around school is irresponsible, it's inconsiderate, and it's dangerous, and it's selfish. But also we have to hit home as well the good practice that's happening in our city, the hard work by school staff as well as the road safety team. So I'm very pleased that you've supported the amended motion on notice, and hope that council will support it. Thank you.
Councillor Penrose.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I haven't much to add. I think a lot has been said that we all endorse. I'd just like to briefly add to 2 points about the experience at Compton School, where local councillors were drawn in several years ago because of the chaotic performance along Pern Road, and a child was actually knocked to the floor. So the point I really want to emphasise is it was a whole team that got involved. The engagement of the head was absolutely critical, as well as the traffic team and the SUS-Trans coordinator and local councillors, because it was a long, drawn-out process to bring in all the process to close the road, to get the Enforcement Act, to have an 18-month trial period. All this had to be agreed. It had to be communicated to all the residents. So the councillors were perpetually coming into this. But it was the head who just kept his nerve. He was out there every morning. And gradually what's happened is you actually had a 34% reduction in traffic using the roads around the school. So this teamwork, coordinating around the headmaster, and then his other work was to convey, as Councillor Stevens has said, to children how much healthier it is, how much better for them, for every single reason, the climate, the air pollution around them. So these children have been going on to their dads and mums about, we can't go to school in the car. I'm not saying it's the answer, but it's certainly part of the answer. And we've seen this 34% reduction and a 60% rise in children walking across the Pern Road crossing. So the work's begun, but obviously this inconsiderate parking on the double yellow lines must be stopped. So anything we can do to work together on that would be terrific. Thank you.
Councillor Hayden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I certainly will be supporting this motion for lots of reasons, really. I started my political career 20 years ago. I know I don't look that old, but I actually did. And one of the reasons for doing that was because my own son, I was walking him to school, like we suggest, but due to parked cars on the double yellow lines around the local school, a car came round and did not see myself and my son. So he was knocked, trapped under the car, and has been left with permanent conditions on his foot. So I've always been a very strong advocate for parking outside school. On top of that, as a St Budo councillor, I certainly would praise the good work that's happened at St Paul's Roman Catholic Primary School, the Safer Schools. What it's done is it's been so positive, because you've seen more people walking, you've seen less, inconsiderate parking outside people's houses and in the back lane. And, I often think if there was an emergency service that needed to get through at this particular morning or afternoon time, it would be absolute chaos. So, for me, I was very lucky. I've been able to get a zebra crossing from where my young lad was knocked down. It took many years, but thanks to Councillor Dan, who was a cabinet member at the time, probably couldn't stand me moaning anymore. So we eventually got it done. So lots of children in St Budo up that end are able to walk very safely. So yes, Lord Mayor, I certainly will be supporting this motion on notice. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Creswell.
I certainly would be supporting this motion on notice. Just wanted to say, many people have said the same thing, but we were actually in Stoke. We had the very first Safer Streets with what would have been Stewart Road Primary, which actually is in Palmerston Street, but anyway, and that was such a fantastic team effort between head teacher, councillors, parents, community, the fantastic school council officers, the caretaker. I have to say my husband, who I had standing in the road for like half a term before we had the official signs up. And also I've got to say particularly to Councillor Mark Coker, who was the portfolio holder at the time and was willing to go ahead with what proved to be so successful. And at that time, young Councillor Stevens was the cycling and he was the cycling and walking walking champion and turned up having cycled, which was very impressive. So I think it's had, and what's quite clear, it's had a real impact, and it's now become permanent, and it's really been so much it's been so successful, not just for the school, but also for that surrounding local community. I think one thing that I would like to just add is that in terms of running this public awareness campaign, which I think is absolutely excellent in partnership with the schools, what I think would be great would be to have a real input from children and young people on this, because listening to the conversation at the moment, the debate, it's quite clear that children and young people are very influential and can be very influential on their parents. So when we're actually looking in terms of this campaign, this awareness campaign, which perhaps could start in the new year, new start, new resolutions, we could make sure that children have a really active voice in that, because I think that would help to have real impact. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Beer.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. And I welcome this motional notice. I think it's really important. Children's safety is always high on my agenda. Some of you in the council chamber today may remember the Green Cross Code man. And that was back in the day when I was younger. And I've instilled the Green Cross Code into my grandchildren. And often I get phone calls from my granddaughter in the afternoon after school. She'll phone me up and say, "Nanny, I couldn't cross the road outside school because cars were parked there." Another example I can give you, I was taking my 4-year-old granddaughter to school last week, and as we were walking down towards the school, we stopped at the corner of the junction, which was covered by the zigzag lines. And I made sure the road was safe. I checked with Ivy so that she understood that it was safe, and she said it was safe to cross. So we started to cross the road when a car came speeding up to us and gave me the one-fingered sign that I was in the wrong with my little granddaughter. And I think that really does put things into perspective, that some parents do think that they own the road outside the schools, and they don't consider the dangers that they're putting other children in. It may be they're getting their own children safely to school, but they're also impacting on the children who actually walk to school. And I think it's really important that we flag that. And I often do put on my Facebook page that I'm encouraging enforcement out to our schools in Plympton. And also at Yamstone Farm Primary School, we have a walking school bus, and the children gather up from houses in the street and come down with stewards to the school. Another school in my ward is special needs school. It doesn't have accommodation for all our teachers and assistants at that school. So they park in the roads, they park on the pavements, they make it difficult for people with disabled buggies or those people walking with prams, etc. They make that difficult, and therefore it's also difficult when picking children up from school who can't walk that far and who need the spaces. So consequently, driveways are covered. So it's really important that this happens, and I fully support it. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor McLeay.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm not going to take up too much time because I think everyone is very much in broad agreement that yes, keeping kids safe on the way to school is a good thing. The only contribution I kind of want to add is often we think about people that drive cars and pedestrians as two separate things. As soon as you step out of that car, you're on your feet, you're a pedestrian. We need to have a little bit more of that joined up thinking between enabling people to take more active routes to school. So thinking about ways that we can help encourage cycling and walking. Ian and I, Councillor Poyser, to address you by your full title, have been working really hard in Chadowwoods, in Glen Park and in Chadowwood School, where we've had some real issues with dangerous parking. We're really delighted that we're going to be part of the Safer Schools Street, oh God, you know what I mean, next year. And we find the officers just to be incredibly helpful and really diligent in helping look at this angle from all sides. This is an issue that, head teachers, parents, children and residents have all raised with us as areas of concern, and we're really excited to be able to put some proactive measures in place to help address these concerns, and we really welcome this motion and giving us a bit of dedicated time to talk about this in scrutiny.
Thank you. Bannerman.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I rise today... That's you, that's bad omen. Popping around all over the place. I rise today to strongly endorse the outstanding work of our road safety team in tackling the persistent issue of inconsiderate parking around school gates, a problem that directly impacts the safety of our children. Earlier this year, Councillor Taylor and I met with John Stevens and Suzanne Keith, the Senior Road Safety Officer, to raise our concerns about the risks faced by pupils in Peveril and Ham wards. Those discussions led to decisive action, the deployment of a dedicated enforcement officer to cover 5 schools in the Ham and Beacon Park area. Since the scheme began in September, the feedback from schools and parents have been overwhelmingly positive, and the data speaks for itself. During just one afternoon patrol outside Montpelier School, 21 vehicles were moved on, yet only 1 penalty notice was issued. This is important because the goal of this initiative is not to punish, it's to prevent. Every car moved on represents a safer crossing for a child. Every space cleared is a step towards protecting lives. If we're issuing penalty notices, it means that the danger has already occurred. Our focus must remain on proactive measures that stop unsafe and inconsiderate parking before it puts pedestrians at risk. This approach is working and it deserves our full support. I encourage parents to support this effort by walking, parking responsibly near school gate, and setting a positive example for our young people. As a working parent, I understand how hectic mornings can be, and the convenience of stepping into a warm car on a cold, wet and windy day is appealing. However, the safety of our children and their peers must always come first. Let us continue to back this team and explore how we can expand these efforts citywide, because when it comes to the safety of our children, there should be no compromise. I would also like to say thanks to the enforcement officers. This is a thankless role, often faced with a lot of abuse. It has been really deeply concerning to learn of the abuse received from the officers outside of school gates in front of small children, while they undergo their vital role to keep our streets safe. Thank you.
Councillor Goslin.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I also rise to support this motion. I think it's fantastically important. And just taking safety aside for a moment, what you tend to see outside the schools goes beyond mere children's safety towards their more wider, holistic psychological well-being and how it's setting them up for the day. Because what you find is a lot of confrontation going on outside school gates, where the parents that are driving the cars and parking illegally, they're very defensive. They know that they're doing something wrong. They know they shouldn't be doing this, and they're very defensive in that way. And parents that are walking their children to school, they're upset. They know that this illegal parking is putting their children at risk, and they're upset. And you often get very loud confrontations outside schools. It can get very aggressive. We've seen this sort of pattern of behaviour across a range of schools. And it's just not the right way to set up a child for the day, to see their parents, raise voices and shouting in the streets outside schools. This is not what we need outside the schools. So I think, the importance of safer schools in setting those boundaries and setting an environment around the school where everyone knows what they're doing and that you should be taking your children to school and you can't park around those schools, really goes beyond safety and towards good behaviours at schools, because the children are emulating their parents. So this is a really fantastic opportunity for us to roll this out wider across Plymouth and to get safer, better schools across Plymouth. Thank you very much.
Councillor Noble.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just wanted to add to what people have said today. I think there's a phrase sometimes that safety is everyone's responsibility, and that's really about making a culture of safety. And I think we've heard of the various ways, apart from just enforcement, that people work around the problems of around schools and getting children to school. In my own ward, we did the first thing I ever had to face as a new councillor was some parents that the enforcement had been along to the school, and supposedly they'd issued hundreds of tickets, but they hadn't. But there I learnt how the school was working with parents, and the council also changed some of the parking restrictions to make it easier for parents to stop nearby. And the school implemented things such as an American-style drop-off. So that was where the school teachers were out welcoming people in from welcoming the children in from cars. I mean, that has other benefits, such as the belonging, including that belonging strategy that we've heard about in the Children and Young People's Scrutiny Committee. I hope, obviously, what other creative ways can be used. We have the breakfast clubs with the extra 30 minutes of childcare. So hopefully those things that can stagger the day for schools, especially around areas where it's very limited. And obviously a lot of schools as well. In my ward, we've also got the commuter schools where the community doesn't live nearby. They live further away. So there's a lot of creative work going on around, as well as the actual team doing the enforcement, the police, and it's all of our responsibilities as councillors, as local residents, to be tolerant and helpful. Parents being helpful, teachers do a lot as well. So I think these are things we can recognise as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Wood, would you like to sum up?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Thank you ever so much. I didn't doubt that we'd all agree on this matter. I'm really grateful for all the support that you've said and the stories that you've shared. I know that I receive the same as you do in Egg Buckland from residents by Widey Court and Manadon and St Edwards. It's really important. It's completely non-political. The enforcement teams do a good job already, but we know that more can be done, and totally agree with, funny, my own motion. So thank you very much, and yeah, let's vote. Thanks.
I'll move to the vote. Would you please vote in the normal way using your buttons on your keypad? The motion is carried. I move to item number 13B, non-attendance of Councillor Rebecca Smith. Councillor Beer, would you like to introduce the motion?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I rise today to present this motion to full council after many months of careful reflection and personal deliberation. Councillor Rebecca Smith is without question a remarkable individual. Her election to Parliament as a member for South West Devon is a significant achievement and one that rightly commands admiration. She has demonstrated commendable commitment to holding the government to account asking pertinent questions and delivering confident speeches on behalf of her constituents. However, Lord Mayor, it is precisely because of the seriousness of that role that I bring this motion forward. Councillor Smith has chosen to retain her position as a City Councillor for Plymstock Radford, drawing an annual allowance of £13,700. This allowance is intended to support the delivery of local casework and to ensure councillors remain active voices for their communities. In addition, councillors receive a community grant and a Living Streets allocation, funds dedicated for tangible improvements within our wards. These are not symbolic sums, they present meaningful investment in local representation. Simultaneously, as a Member of Parliament, Councillor Smith receives a salary of £93,000, along with access to a substantial office and staffing resources funded by the taxpayer. These staff are employed to manage casework, including responsibilities relating to Plymouth City Council. Yet, Lord Mayor, I have been told directly by Councillor Smith that a parliamentary staff are indeed handling her local casework, when usually we as councillors do this ourselves. So in essence, Councillor Smith is being paid twice to do the same duties. Unlike Councillor Smith, I don't have the benefit of a taxpayer-funded team to research, write and manage all my responsibilities independently. I do so with diligence. My council attendance as of the 7th of November was 92%. That's 11 out of 12 meetings attended. In stark contrast to Councillor Smith, who has recorded a complete non-attendance in her council duties. She has missed key votes, including one today, and has attended only one meeting since May, and that was a 21-minute attendance as a substitute on a planning committee, seemingly to meet the minimum attendance requirement. This is just not right or fair to the residents of Plymstock Radford or the wider City of Plymouth. It's not fair to this council, it's not right, it's not fair to the principles of public service. Therefore, Lord Mayor, this motion respectfully calls upon Councillor Rebecca Smith MP to resign her position as a City Councillor with immediate effect. Doing so now would not trigger a by-election, as it falls within a 6-month period before the local elections. I urge colleagues to support this motion, not out of partisanship, but out of respect for the integrity of our roles and our communities we serve. Let us allow Councillor Smith to focus fully on the important work that she was elected to do in Westminster and ensure Plymstock Radford is represented by someone who can give their full attention. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Bridgman, I understand you will second the motion. Would you like to speak now or reserve your right?
I'd like to speak now, please, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, fellow councillors, I'm here today to second this motion and to address an issue that is important not only to the proper functioning of this council, but the integrity of local representation and trust the residents place in us, their elected councillors. We are all aware that Councillor Rebecca Smith has for some time now been unable to fulfil her responsibilities to this council. This prolonged absence is not due to illness or unforeseen circumstances, but because she is fully engaged in her role as a Member of Parliament. Serving as an MP is an honourable and demanding responsibility. However, it is also a role that requires time, attention, and full commitment. Likewise, serving as a councillor requires regular attendance, participation in decision-making, and active involvement in the day-to-day issues affecting our communities. Councillor Smith has stated that she has donated her allowance to charity, and yet we have seen no evidence of this. She has, however, spent £1,850 of her allocated community grant. In essence, and to put things in perspective, councillors receive a basic annual allowance of £13,700. And with the exception of her partial attendance today,
Councillor Rebecca Smith has only attended one council meeting for 21 minutes in this political year. Therefore, this equates to her earning approximately £360 per minute, or approximately £20,000 an hour. This is not a question of personal criticism. It is about respecting the responsibilities of both offices and acknowledging that one person cannot effectively serve two demanding roles when one is consistently prevents the fulfilment of the other. This is not a decision to be made lightly, but it is the right decision for the functioning of this council and the democratic rights of our residents. So for the sake of transparency and good governance, I support this motion. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Lugger.
I thank you, my Lord Mayor. UK law does not prohibit a member of the House of Commons or member of the House of Lords from simultaneously being a councillor, a mayor, or even a leader of a local authority. If this group bringing this motion were that perturbed about Councillor Smith's double jobbing, then they could have called for a resignation at the time of the general election. I am saddened that valuable council time is being expended on this today, so I shall keep my point brief. There are merely, my Lord Mayor, 3 more full council meetings to the end of the municipal year. So having regard to the great casework that Councillor Smith does carry out for her residents, I submit it makes sense for her to end her duties on this local authority through natural effluxion of time when her time is up at the election. And I hope that the councillors in that group bringing this motion today will reflect on their true motives irrespective of the outcome. I thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Darcy.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Down with democracy is often reserved for speeches within the Russian borders or perhaps China, but here we have it here. May I remind you, Lord Mayor, that Councillor Smith was first elected to this chamber in 2018 by the residents of Bradford. She was re-elected by the same residents in May 22, and as been discussed, she was elected to Parliament to represent the members of Radford. I'm sure a number of those also voted for her in the 2025 general election. To say she has a mandate, I think, is covered sufficiently. Councillor Smith continues to serve those residents, and we've heard the term double jobbing, but she continues to serve those residents very well. Residents are very quick to point out how well we perform as councillors. They're a little slower to advise that when we're not performing well as councillors. I'm sure your mailbags will reflect that. There are no letters to the association which I am chair of criticising Councillor Smith as a Conservative councillor. I'm not alive to the leader of this group that there are residents from Radford writing about how poorly the councillor is performing. And equally, I understand the independents have had no meetings with you, Leader, through you, Lord Mayor, about Councillor Smith's performance. But most importantly, she has a mandate. The electorate of Bradford determine who should represent them in this chamber and who should not. It's not a gift of councillors of the 57 members to determine who should be sitting there and who shouldn't. That's up to the electorate. And that's the contract we have, and to right. In terms of illness, there are members of this chamber, sadly, who have suffered illness, who's prevented them from attending these meetings for a substantial period of time. Under this motion, is it a case that we'd be bringing that back each and every time, saying, well, they haven't been here for a while, how does that feel? That's not what they were elected for. Equally, we had students in the chamber earlier observing proceedings, and there are many students who watch these proceedings online. We are saying to them, we'd like you to be involved as an elected member, but you can't have a professional job that might present a conflict at times. You need to give 100% of your life to be a councillor, or You can't, because if you have to give apologies for certain meetings, and it's ironic that the proposer and seconder to this motion both work professionally during a time of their time serving as a councillor. If your attendance is going to be affected by a professional commitment, which there are many of us who do, well, don't think about standing. That's what this is telling us. It's a dangerous precedent if this chamber were even to consider what's being proposed in this motion. It's entirely self-serving, it's opportunistic, and it's interesting. The seconder of this motion, I understand, is seeking, she has aspirations for a seat in Plymouth and St Mary in May. Well, if that is the case, the right thing to do would be to stand down in her current ward, in Moor View, save the taxpayer money where she can focus all her attention on St Mary. I don't know, that springs to mind. We are told in this chamber frequently by the independents, who don't have a whip, I hasten to add. There's no whipping system. We're told about that as well. So it'll be interesting to see how they vote today, whether they all vote on block or they will be true. There's no whipping. So we might see a split of the vote. But we're told, and it's advanced by all of them, that there needs to be more evidence of democracy. There need to be more people involved in decision making. But the independents put forward a motion today to say, we don't like that type of democracy. What we want is to unseat somebody who's performing incredibly well in her association, in her ward, for her residents, and they're happy to return her each time that she said, I'd like your vote, please. But one or two of the independents, be it opportunist, I'm not sure, there must be an election coming up, are saying, no, we'd like to save the taxpayer money. Who's going to represent them in Radford between now and May if she does stand down? Lord Mayor, I can't support this. I urge members in this chamber to do the same. It's a complete waste of taxpayers' time that we're even debating it. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Dan.
Thank you, Lord Moore. I'm just going to make a few points of principle, really. If a councillor hasn't broken any code of conduct or has not broken any constitutional requirement, why should they have to resign? If a councillor lives in the city and works in the city, why should they have to resign? If a councillor still advocates for their community, their residents, and also attends meetings, why should they resign? As we all know, we do not measure a councillor's worth by how many times they sit on a chair in a meeting. I would also like to say at this particular point, if a council should resign, when they've already said that they are going to stand down at the end of their term of office anyway, at this point, it means that the reason they got elected in the first place was because residents actually voted for them to be advocates for their community. Those same residents would then have no councillor for that 6 months of which they were elected to be an advocate for their community. And I would also like to add, there will be very many hypocritical people here who are sitting in this room if they vote for this motion, because a lot of councillors are able to do more than one job. Some even do 3 jobs because they're able to multitask and still effectively be effective as a councillor and be a professional in their workplace. So on points of principle, I will be voting against this motion.
Councillor Rebecca Smith.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I thought I'd start by reading out the list of those in Plymouth Radford who have written to me calling on me to resign as a councillor, but there aren't any, so I will instead focus on some other points. I'm very saddened that full council is effectively being used as a kangaroo court again, and it's not the first time that young or younger, I'm not necessarily that young anymore, professional councillors have been targeted in this way, and it's not likely to be the last unless attitudes change, and a lot of this has already been touched on. We all know that the hard graft of the work of a councillor is behind the scenes, out and about, dealing with casework, fighting for local residents, securing zebra crossings and post offices for our communities like I've been able to do, and enabling that community grant and living streets funds to be spent on our local communities, something I wouldn't be able to do if I was no longer a councillor, and all of which I have continued to do since my election to Parliament. Now, it's granted the vast majority of casework now comes to me as the MP, so that is why my staff are doing it, but I am still representing Plymouth Radford in that way. Now, as has already been said, we have to attend one formal council meeting at least once every 6 months, and I have done this. Now, in fact, between 2018 and 2024, my attendance averaged 84%, when I was at times doing 2 other jobs and was as high as 100% in 1 year. year. So in that time, as well as serving as a ward councillor, I served on a number of committees as planning committee chair and as cabinet member for planning homes and communities. And I also led the Plymouth Violence Against Women and Girls Commission, again, all alongside 2 full-time jobs, not full-time, forgive me, 2 part-time jobs, but still within full-time hours. The meetings I've missed this year as well have all been with legitimate reasons and not my intention. The first was the assisted dying debate in Parliament, which I'm sure my constituents would have wanted me to be at. The second was on the 2nd of June, which was supposed to be on the 26th of June, a date I had long marked in my diary for full council. However, a last-minute change meant I was unable to attend for professional reasons. Now, as it happened, I was receiving a certificate from the Duchess of Edinburgh. Now, again, one of those things I'd quite like to have attended, actually, so I didn't make full council. And I was unable to attend 16th of September, so I was travelling back from a wedding. Again, I have a life outside of being both a councillor and a member of Parliament. So perhaps I've mistakenly thought that 8 years of service as a councillor, as set out, would have provided some credit in the bank for a lower, yet still entirely legal attendance over the last few months. When the Independents went to the press recently, they made a claim that a by-election would not be triggered unless I stood down. However, when they released their press statement, had I bowed to that pressure at that time, on the 28th of October and a few days later on the front page of the Evening Herald, there would have been a by-election triggered, because the date at which a by-election was not required was the 12th of October. Instead, the article finished with, the independent councillors have said they did not believe a by-election would be triggered at this stage, and therefore no additional costs would be incurred by the City Council. But they were wrong, and in effect accusing me of being untrue. Now, whilst it is true that there would be no by-election if I were to resign now, we would instead, as already been mentioned, be leaving a third of a councillor short in Radford. Now, there's other councillors in this room who work very hard for Radford, but behind the scenes, I still do a huge amount of work. And there is that community grant money and that Living Streets money, all of which would go. And I just don't actually think that's fair on the people of Plymstock, Radford. If we keep using this sort of mechanism, the motion on notice and press release route, to pressurise councillors who have not actually done anything wrong to resign, as has already been said, we are effectively saying to future candidates and councillors that you will be held to an unfair standard above and beyond the rules set out in legislation. And I am concerned that this council, if they support this motion this afternoon, are effectively saying to Plymothians, do not aspire to become a councillor, to seek to serve your community, unless you can commit 100% of all the time, even though you're not paid 100% salary. It's a part-time role. Something the vast majority of members in this council do not do. Life happens, sickness, bereavement, growing families, promotion. We have to make allowances for this. We must also avoid saying to aspiring politicians, you do not have ambition to serve your community above and beyond this council. I see at least 9 people in this room who have either stood for Parliament or been elected to Parliament, and one is not here this afternoon. So we clearly need to be a city and a council that says have aspiration, that is in the interest of this city, and if that means going on to the other place in Parliament, then so be it. I've been completely clear about my plans, that I would serve out my time and give away my allowances, which I have been doing. I just don't plaster it all over the newspapers, because it's not necessarily the sort of thing I want to do. It's what I do behind the scenes. I remain committed to Plymstock Radford Ward as their councillor until the end of my term of office next year, at which point I will have had the privilege of serving them in that way for 8 years. But I'm also entirely committed to the people of Plympton and Plymstock, who I serve as Member of Parliament, and look forward to what I hope will be a long career serving them in this way.
Councillor Wood.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I rise to speak against this motion. Councillor Rebecca Smith MP continues to serve the residents of Plymstock Radford with commitment and dedication. When Councillor Smith was elected as a Member of Parliament of South West Devon, she made clear her intention to continue representing her ward on Plymouth City Council until May 2026. This was supported by local residents. She did this not only to ensure the continuity for the people of Plymstock Radford, but also to avoid unnecessary costs to this authority. That decision reflected both her sense of responsibility and her respect for the taxpayers of this city. She has also promised to donate her council allowance to good causes, which, as you all know, is not a requirement and further demonstrates her good character, which has been needlessly brought into question. This motion wrongly assumes that the only contribution one can make as a councillor is from within this chamber. It ignores our casework, it ignores our active communication with residents, it ignores the championing of good causes, and it ignores our discussions with officers. The motion fails to acknowledge that no rules have been broken whatsoever. I find this motion to be rather unpleasant. I have never come across a motion to a full council which attacks another member. Every single person in this chamber works for their communities and this city, and I hope to never see a motion like it again.
Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Beer, would you like to sum up?
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. Because you're allowed to do something doesn't mean you should do something. This is about doing the right thing, Lord Mayor, and enhancing the integrity of councillors. Residents are losing confidence in politics all the time, and we need to rebuild this trust. Many residents have asked why we have allowed this to go on for so long. And I've responded personally to the people that have approached me, stating that the cost of a by-election was the reason. I just want to correct Councillor Darcy, who said that I was working. Well, I'm not working. I can tell you I am retired from a full-time position, and I am now a full-time carer. Reflecting back on this debate today reminded me of when I brought the motion on notice about the Gloucestershire 2, who were two Conservative councillors who moved out of the area but still attended meetings just to get their tick in the box. You all voted for them to resign, and the next day they did. I was told by a previous councillor leader to resign myself when I missed one meeting, which had been changed from a Monday to a Friday due to Her Majesty's death. I didn't attend that meeting that day, Lord Mayor, because I was actually at the bedside of my dying sister, and that's why I missed that meeting. But it didn't stop the Conservatives supporting their leader to ask for my resignation on that one point. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. We now move to the vote. Please vote using the buttons on your unit in the usual way. I move to item 13D, support for the University of Plymouth Peninsula Dental School. Councillor... Oh, sorry. Sorry, I've missed item C. Right, go back. 13C, two-child benefit cap. Councillor Lawson, would you like to introduce the motion, please?
My Lord Mayor, I stand before Council today requesting that our leader write to the Chancellor of the Exchequer requesting that she consider lifting the two-child benefit cap to tackle child poverty. I speak on behalf of the children of Plymouth whose futures have been shaped and constrained by a policy that was introduced by the Conservatives in 2017. The policy restricts universal credit and child tax credit to the first two children in a family. It was sold as a measure to promote fairness and fiscal responsibility, but in reality, it has punished children for the circumstances of their birth and pushed families deeper into poverty. The cap has disproportionately impacted working families in our city, especially those with 3 or more children. It has led to increased food security, mental health struggles, and housing instability. Plymouth Labour councillors have rightly called for the policy to be scrapped, citing its direct link to rising child poverty in our communities. Research conducted by Citizens Advice in Plymouth and the University of Plymouth reveals that families affected by the cap are struggling to afford necessities. Nationally, the picture is equally grim. The Child Poverty Action Group estimates that the cap affects over 1.7 million children. Now let us consider the alternative. Removing this policy would immediately increase support for families with 3 or more children, many of whom are already working but struggling to make ends meet. It would reduce child poverty in Plymouth and across the country by restoring fairness to our welfare system. According to modelling by leading economists, scrapping the child cap could lift 250,000 children out of poverty nationwide, including hundreds in Plymouth alone. The Child Poverty Action Group estimates that scrapping the two-child limit is the most cost-effective way to start to reduce child poverty. They claim that it would lift 350,000 children out of poverty and mean 700,000 children are less deep in poverty. Poverty scars the lives and chances of our children, and it's shameful that child poverty has increased since 2010. The Child Poverty Cabinet Advisory Working Group in Plymouth are committed to trying our best to help local children. Tackling child poverty is crucial to building a stronger society and economy. Now, with the Labour government, we are beginning to turn the tide. The Chancellor has launched the 500 million Better Futures Fund, the largest of its kind in the world, aimed at supporting up to 200,000 vulnerable children. This fund will provide early intervention for issues like school absence, mental health, addiction and youth crime. Labour has also committed to publishing a comprehensive child poverty strategy. This strategy will set clear targets and accountability measures to ensure reducing child poverty. By supporting this motion as a council, it would also send a powerful message that in Plymouth we do not penalise children for the size of their family, that we believe every child deserves a fair start in life regardless of their birth order. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Bannerman, I understand you'll be seconding the motion. Do you wish to speak now or reserve your right?
I speak now, please. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Sadly, the progress made by the previous Labour government in tackling child poverty was undone by years of austerity under the Conservatives. One of the most damaging policies left behind is the two-child benefit cap, a measure that punishes families simply for having more than two children, but ultimately it's the innocent child that suffers. The cap has forced hundreds of thousands of children into poverty, hitting hardest those in larger families, single parents and households already struggling to make ends meet. In Plymouth, it will come as no surprise that the wards most affected are those with the highest level of social deprivation. These families need us to advocate for them louder and stronger, not to add to their hardship. This policy completely undermines the principle that every child matters, that every child deserves support, dignity, and opportunity. They do and they should, no matter how many siblings they have. Here in Plymouth, 3,332 children are being directly impacted by this policy. That's almost enough children to fill our 3 largest secondary schools to capacity. Of these, 2,218 are just 5 years old or younger. These are a child's most critical formative years. We should be striving to give every child the best possible start from day one, setting them on a positive life trajectory. Instead, this policy risks penalising, victimising, and even starving children because austerity measures have decided their worth. That's not the Plymouth we aspire to be. I am proud that the current Labour government has committed to addressing the injustice of child poverty. Lifting the two-child cap would be a bold and compassionate step towards rebuilding a fairer welfare system. It would lift tens of thousands of children out of poverty and send a clear message that we will not stand by while inequality deepens. We will act, we will invest in our children, and we will build a future where no child is left behind. I urge this council to support this motion and stand united in our objective to tackle child poverty by encouraging the government to lift this two-child benefit cap.
Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Riley.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Every child, regardless of background, should have the opportunity to be healthy, to stay safe, enjoy and achieve, make a positive contribution, economic well-being. That's Labour 2003, Every Child Matters. I am pleased to see that the government have brought the removal of the two-child cap to the table, even though it should never have been introduced by the previous government, and it shouldn't have taken so long to be having this discussion now. Every adult in social care, statutory and voluntary services, was once a child. Most people understand that investing in children and young people will reduce the numbers of people needing such services in the future. Some will understand this as a revolving door, which is a horribly negative term, but it's the best way to describe it. I have spoken here before about a young person I supported in recent years who turned out to be the child of an adult I supported in years before that. This is down to poverty. Children and young people that I work with are severely impacted by this cap, as are the parents and carers that bear the financial responsibility for them. It results in poor health outcomes, poor educational outcomes. It affects familial relationships, creates stress, and contributes to issues with social interactions. I could give you the facts around these, but there isn't any time, but I'm free to speak to anyone that wishes to discuss it after. It also impacts family dynamics. It stops children from going to school. It does create a higher risk for domestic abuse and VOG. It can make the most stable foundations wobbly. This is the absolute right thing to do. According to Save the Children, there are currently 4.7 million children in poverty in the UK, and one of the largest contribution factors is this cap, and most of these children have working parents. Long term, it makes sense to remove it for social care, for the economy, but for most importantly, to enable young people to thrive and succeed, because investing in young people shouldn't be political, but child poverty is absolutely a political decision.
Councillor McLeay.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. And to start, I want to say that I really don't doubt the sincerity of the words of Councillor Lawson and Councillor Bannerman, nor do I question our absolutely shared disdain for childhood poverty. The Conservatives introduced this policy, so yeah, it's absolutely fair and right to point the finger at them for failing our families and young people. But to my Labour colleagues, if you point the finger that strongly, it's going to look back in the mirror right at you. Childhood poverty is at a record high in the UK. 4.7 million children are growing up in poverty right now. It's really hard to imagine that volume of children, but to put it in perspective, that's 9 children in every single classroom. That's 9 children in every classroom who might be going to bed hungry in a cold and damp house, who might be wearing school shoes several sizes too small, who don't have a warm winter coat to see them through the nippy winter, who aren't able to join their friends on school trips or be able to enjoy their hobbies because the price of music lessons, sports classes, and clubs is unaffordable. These are real accounts from parents for whom the two-child cap has left dancing on a pinhead. They're working as hard as they can, trying to raise their children as best they can and pay their bills, but the sums just don't add up. This motion, unfortunately, isn't a brave move from Plymouth Labour. Abolishing the cap should have been a day one job for a Labour government. The data was clear. Campaigners, policymakers and families were shouting from the rooftops that if Labour were serious about addressing child poverty, abolishing the cap was the best, quickest and cheapest way to do it. But instead, Labour have fumbled. And for each of the 508 days they have fumbled, they've pushed 109 children more each day into poverty. And for those of you that don't want to do the quick math, that's about 60,000 children. Labour have also upheld the other insidious and disgusting part of this policy, the rape clause. This states that if a woman can prove that her third or subsequent child was conceived non-consensually, she can claim exemption from the two-child limit. This policy has been shown to re-traumatise mothers, and it honestly boils my blood every time that I hear about it. The two-child benefit cap robs too many children of their childhood, and it robs too many mothers and families of their dignity. Labour has upheld this policy for 508 days and even removed the whip from 7 of their own MPs for being brave enough to try and end it. So as much as I welcome this move, and I get really genuinely emotional thinking about how much this will improve the lives of families, I'm really angry that it's taken Labour so long to catch up. But then honestly, my disappointment in Labour feels like a daily occurrence. Today, really proudly announcing that they're freezing train fares. It's like freezing the price of caviar when most of us can't afford our weekly shop. There is so much money in our economy to address child poverty and to bring down the cost of living. 50 families in the UK have the combined income of 50% of households in the UK. We need to be brave and tax wealth, not work, and put more money back into people's pockets. Thank you.
Councillor Tippett. Councillor Tippett.
Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor. And firstly, thank you to Councillor Macleay and Councillor Riley for really passionate speeches on the two-child benefit cap, and also Councillor Lawson and Councillor Bannerman for equally passionate speeches and bringing this to full council today. But I agree with Councillor Macleay wholeheartedly. It has taken far too long for the Labour Party to get to the point of removing the two-child benefit limit. This is a party that proudly talks about its achievements in tackling child poverty, and I couldn't agree more. It should have been a day one commitment to remove it. I'm really proud that they have actually learnt from the Liberal Democrat manifesto that has consistently called for the scrapping of the two-child benefit limit, including in 2024, and that they have listened to these calls. Because it's us, the Liberal Democrats, that have never sought to balance the books on the most honourable with our... We didn't try to balance the books on the backs of pensioners with scrapping the winter fuel payment. We said that that wasn't okay, and then they U-turned. They then tried to balance the books on the back of the disabled with reforms to PIP payment, and we said no, and then they U-turned on that too. So whilst scrapping the two-child benefit cap is absolutely the right thing to do, because every child deserves the best start in life, it's disgraceful that it has taken too long, and I really, really hope that they learn from the mistakes and inject more urgency to tackle child poverty and to achieve our mission of giving every child the best start in life. And there are more that we can do. I know we've been waiting for an update since my question in full council in June on the adoption and special guardianship payment from the Minister. I know the Cabinet Member for Children's Services said that she'd report back with an answer that she asked the Minister about the cuts to this payment, and would report back with an answer. We're still waiting for that. So where is that urgency? And I will finish with, I am going to support this today, because who wouldn't support lifting children out of poverty? But please, please do more to continue to lift children out of poverty, because not enough's been done at the moment, and it's an absolute disgrace on our country every day it's allowed to continue. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Does anybody else wish to speak?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I really welcome this motion from Councillors Lawson and Bannerman. It addresses an important issue, and they very clearly stated why change is needed. Lord Mayor, I recognise the passion of some of the other speeches. I wish they'd been more compassionate towards children rather than aggressive towards national politicians at a point where we're talking about children's lives. Lord Mayor, this motion proposes a national change that would reinforce the government's new child poverty strategy that we expect to see published over the next week, and one that I am really looking forward to see, because it'll have been the first child poverty strategy in more than a decade and a half, and it'll be a manifesto commitment delivered. Lord Mayor, sometimes you can't get everything done quickly. Sometimes there are lots of things to do, and sometimes it's appropriate to match funding with strategy, not just make decisions. That can frustrate us all, but actually I think it's important that there is a strategic approach nationally to tackle child poverty. After all, that's what we've been doing locally on the things that we can deliver on since 2011, when the council passed a motion on notice saying we would do exactly that, and one of the outcomes of that was establishing the cross-party cabinet advisory group on child poverty, which I've been really proud to serve on since that time. This isn't just a national issue, it's a local one. And both Councillors Bannerman and especially Councillor Lawson brought that to our attention. The council uses the Low Income Family Tracker, which we will often hear referred to as LIFT, from policy and practice. This combines a number of data sources to provide an estimate of household circumstances for the 15% of the lowest income households in Plymouth. Really valuable information that we use to target services and work out what interventions we can make. From this data, amongst that 15% of households in Plymouth, we know that there are 3,332 children living in 941 households who are impacted by the two-child benefit cap. These families are spread across every single ward in the city. 2,218 of those children are 5 or younger and live in 617 households. 65% of the 941 households are living in affordable accommodation, and 29% live in other forms of rented homes, so have less stability and security. 61% of the households are lone parents, 43% in work, 26% not in work due to disabilities, and a further 9% not in work due to being a lone parent and meeting the required criteria. But these are more than statistics. These are lives. And this is a motion about taking steps to break chains of poverty that impact on children, individuals across this entire city. Lord Mayor, it's a stark figure that 26 of those households are thought to be in food poverty. That is where their total minimum acceptable food expenditure based on the government's minimum income standard is higher than their income after priority costs. That means they don't, once they've paid their bills, have enough money to provide food, let alone anything else. 26 households containing children in this city. Think what a difference lifting the cap will make to those households and to all the children they contain. But lifting the cap won't be enough. We need the strategy and we need additional action. And that's why linking this to a strategy to be published is really important. It's why we're doing all the work on building bridges to opportunity to put a framework around the whole context of poverty, because it's a big issue, not just small sound bites. Lord Mayor, as a council, we have stood together cross-party to tackle child poverty since 2011. I trust that everyone will vote in favour of this motion to support families and children across Plymouth by presenting our opinion to the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Lawson, would you like to sum up, please?
I'd like to personally thank Councillor Penberthy for highlighting how this will impact Plymouth. Plymouth, as local representatives, are our priority. I'll use the words of my colleague earlier about a political football. This is too important. This is children's lives. We are where we are with regards to poverty. We all have to work collectively and actively to do the best for children in our city, and supporting this motion is that positive step forward. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. We'll move to the vote now. Using the buttons on your unit, would you please vote in the normal way? The motion has been carried. Now we really will move on to number 13D now, which is support for the University of Plymouth Peninsula Dental School. Councillor Aspinall, would you please like to introduce the motion?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, for that. The University of Plymouth Peninsula Dental School was established in 2007, as we know, and it continues now to provide exemplary training for dental practitioners. The Council recognises the importance of this education facility for the benefit of Plymouth and for the wider South West region. The Council got involved with the formation of the dental school back in scrutiny back in 2005-2006. I don't think there's very many of us that were still here, that were here then. I certainly was as the Vice Chair of Health Scrutiny at the time. But we supported Linda Gilroy in her push to get a dental school. And I can remember us, and Alison, of course, sorry. And we celebrated by, David Salter was interviewed outside, and I think that was probably the first time I'd ever seen the cameras here taking good photographs of that. So, what do they want now? The dental school alone, one of the dental school's objectives was to improve access to dental care in the Southwest and create a peninsula dental establishment. And by becoming a social enterprise company, they were able to up their training, but also having the public coming in as clients to be treated. They obviously had to vet various people to make sure that it was suitable, people coming in, as in having the correct dental problems. But they took a year, for the ones that had most complex, they took the whole of the school year to do that. That has now risen, and they now provide over 20,000 NHS dental appointments per year. This helped to reduce those who this has helped to reduce those who needed treatment while ensuring that the students gained good practical experience and they were overseen by their tutors. We know that the need has not changed. Before the Integrated Care Board ceased to hold the Plymouth waiting list, Plymouth still had 22,000 people on it. The Chief Executive Officer and the Chief Chief Operating Officer are members of the Dental Task Force, and they, along with Claire Roberts from the Community Dental team, are vital members, and they keep us updated on what is going on in the dental field. The PDSE has been coordinating a Devon-wide supervised brush scheme. I'm sure you all remember Geoffrey the Giant that lives up in Smeaton's Tower. In 2020, they were the winners of the NHS Health Equalities Award for their clinical improvement of dental care with vulnerable people and those experiencing homelessness. Thanks goes to Councillor Mark Lowry, who worked his magic and was able to find a venue for the city centre practice, which the PDSE want to bring to Plymouth, and it's near completion. It will provide experience for students, not just dental students, but the dental therapists and dental nurses. We are looking forward to celebrating with them when they open the unit later on this year. The request for the Council to support their ambition to increase the dental student intake, I hope that we will be able to support this. I can appreciate that the difference 14 extra students make in a year over those years of training are really going to benefit Plymouth. And I hope that it's going to make some of them enjoy their life in Plymouth and realise that that's where they want to stay and practice. So please support this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Lugger, I understand you wish to second the motion. Do you want to speak now or reserve your right?
Mayor. Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I will speak now, if I may. Since taking my seat on Plymouth City Council's Dental Task Force, which attempts to be a non-partisan board, we do rub along okay, I think, I've been horrified at the sorry state of dental health in this city and beyond. Before talking on the subject matter of the motion today, may I say what an honour it is to carry out this piece of cross-party work with Councillor Mrs Aspinall, who cares passionately about this subject and has lobbied Parliament previously for support. We today are inviting Council to back the University of Plymouth's Peninsula Dental School's ambition to increase the annual student intake from a mere 58 to 72 dental students, not only to fill the vacuum in local dental care, but also to endorse the outstanding success and reputation of our homegrown university. The Plymouth University original, of course, was a school of navigation set up in 1862, before becoming a university college in 1920 and a Polytechnic Institute in 1970. It gained university status in 1992. The University of Plymouth Peninsula Dental School was the first dental school established in the UK for over 40 years. This, as Mrs Aspinall has alluded to, was for the need to train more dentists to meet the current dental needs of the city. The school has been an outstanding success. Other dental schools in England have an entry level of 72 students per year, bar 2. So all we're asking Council to do today is support the call for additional dental student training places for Plymouth, giving it parity with other dental schools across the country. So I am pleased to second this motion. Thank you.
Would anybody else like to speak? Councillor Lang.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The Spanish writer Miguel de Cervantes said, "Every tooth in a man's head is more valuable than a diamond." And yet, for some reason, those people who care for our diamonds have a really bad rap. Just look at Steve Martin's character in Little Shop of Horrors and countless other depictions of dentists in films. We demonise dentists until we need them. And then to the person with toothache or a hole in their tooth, the dentist is a combination of our best friend, a superhero, and Father Christmas all wrapped up in one. But we know we don't have enough dentists in Plymouth. And even the person with very bad toothache might find it difficult to find somebody who can treat them properly and quickly. And our dental task force continues to look at many ways of fixing this and creating more dentists and increasing the number of people able to study dentistry here in Plymouth is one of the ways of doing that. And the dental school is ripe for this expansion. And I'll just give you a few reasons why. The university is assessed as meeting the gold standard in the Teaching Excellence Framework. The dental regulator has assessed the dental training as excellent and exemplary. The NUS survey regularly places the dental school as being in the top quartile of UK dental schools for teaching and student experience. And PDSE have said that they would expect to be able to self-fund any increase in facilities needed to accommodate additional student numbers. So I really do support this request to increase student intake from 58 to 72. So some last words of encouragement. Borrowed, don't worry, I'm not going to sing it, but from a song by Steve Martin's character in Little Shop of Horrors. Son, you'll be a dentist, you'll be a success. Let's help many more sons and daughters choose this path of study and make a really significant step to get more dentistry in our city and to get dentistry in Plymouth and our country back on its feet. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Finn.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Just to say, I do fully support what Councillor Aspinall and Councillor Gur are trying to achieve with this motion. For a long time now, for the last 3 years, we've been talking about dentistry in Plymouth. specifically its failings. I was kicked out my dentist 3 years ago in Fouchard House in Northfield because the dentist left alongside 7,000 other people. I also know that through my partner having been seriously ill with cancer, she had problems with her teeth. But what the interesting bit was, it was cheaper to go up to Luton, get on a plane, fly to Poland to get a dentist, and professional dentists at that. Now, I do think when we look at this motion, we're actually missing something here that could be added, and I ask possibly for the Labour to take this back to their MP, as it's handy having a councillor who's an MP here. When the student loans was brought in, universities became a business, and it happened on the changeover, I think, when did I leave? When did I go to university? 97. So it was on about that changeover that the loans were being stopped. And the loans came in, the grants were being stopped. Is it not a thought, really, that as with other aspects of industry out there, who say, we train you, you have to give something back? Would it not be something for them to consider in Parliament to actually put this to bed once and for all, to make sure everybody gets the dentistry they deserve, that you say to graduates, you go to university, you take the Queen's shilling, i.e. the taxpayer's loan to go to university, you have to give 5 years back to the NHS. Is it not reasonable to do that? Because there's nothing to say within this, and I do worry that we train all these dentists off, they go private, and the cost of private dentistry, as we know, is absolutely extortionate. So I ask that, yes, we fully support this, fully support the thing, and I just hope that those dentists have a moral compass and would like to give something back to society. And when they're trained through the wonderful facilities that we have in Plymouth, such as Plymouth University Dentistry School, they're a bit of altruism and they really want to give something back. And in the long run, as I said, possibly a parliamentary act that those that, it's a stick and carrot approach. You say you give 5 years back to the NHS, you use the student loan system to get trained, that we give them a bit back on the student loan, therefore everybody's happy. We get the dentistry we want, they get the career they want. Maybe it's something to look at with regard to our MPs in the future. So I fully support this motion.
Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Aspinall, would you please sum up?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Certainly, I must admit, I'd never thought of the Little Shop of Horrors in this line, but that's very intriguing. Thank you. We'll take that forward, Jemima, couldn't we, really? As for the Councillor Finn talking about that, giving that time back, one of the things that I hadn't appreciated about dental students is once they've finished and they pass their exams, they have to do 12 months in a practice that is fully functional. And I think one of the problems that we have in Plymouth is there aren't enough dentists that can do that keeping on the line as we want. So again, it's a twofold thing, isn't it? If we can get the PDSE to persuade more of the dentists in this region to take them, I have no qualms about asking whether there can be some sort of quid pro quo on you've done this, you stay there and whatever. I think it's certainly something to discuss. Whether or not the government will take that up, that's up to them, but we can put that. And certainly I'm happy in some respects to put it into the letter that we send to government, or actually when we take it through to the next dental task force, and then you can get another letter, if you see what I mean, from them to take that forward. So I think Councillor Lugger and Councillor Lang, we can put our heads together over that. But I'm just pleased that people are supporting this. And I've got a little, right. I've been advised that government have proposed a 3-year session that dental students would have to give back to the NHS. So, whoopee, as far as I'm concerned. Thank you very much indeed for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Aspinall. We'll move to the vote now. Please vote using the buttons on your unit. The motion is carried. We move on now to item 13E, the regulation and oversight of government contracted temporary accommodation in Plymouth. And before I ask Councillor Ricketts to introduce the motion, I would just remind councillors that we have approximately just over 20 minutes for this motion. Thank you. Councillor Ricketts.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Good afternoon, Council. Regulation and oversight of government contracted temporary accommodation in Plymouth. This follows my motion from the last meeting, which was the no to asylum hotels in Plymouth, which we had a lively debate about. I kept that one very simple, and it managed to be sort of chopped up and came back out the other end. But it's the number one issue in the country at the moment, the immigration crisis we have and the small boats crisis. And this follows on from that. Basically, the background to this is that since July 24, we've had 50,271 people who've broken into our country via small boats, which has caused massive unrest within the country, and it's a massive talking point, as we know. We do have some sort of mechanisms as a council with the hotels. If they were to propose any hotels to be in use in Plymouth, the Home Office would contact the Chief Executive and senior officers, and there'd be Clear Springs, Ready Homes there, and so we would be sort of notified of any activity, and I'm sure the Cabinet member would report that to Council if that ever happened. But with the next steps from hotel to private accommodation, we don't quite have those safeguards at the moment. So with this being a national debate, I'm proposing that we as a council try our bit and tighten the regulation with a particular focus on HMOs. Because if the government has the aspiration to not have undocumented, predominantly men in hotels, then they will be out in the community in private housing. So when people arrive on our shores, they are met by Border Force, often with no documents, because they've thrown them all in the sea. So that is not a great starting point for trying to process. They're then taken into hotels, as we know, and now military-based military-based accommodation, which is sparking headlines in certain localities in the country, such as Essex, where there's all sorts of protests and fears by local people, where they receive food, money, and medical care and such like. The next step is really the next thing that I'm concerned about is the moving out of the hotels into predominantly houses of multiple occupation across the country, which includes Plymouth. And you have Serco, who are looking to house 30,000 asylum seekers. The general public would say they're illegal migrants, but with the actual terminology, we'll use undocumented people. And so that's 30,000 migrants, Serco, in 7,000 properties across the country. So Plymouth will be affected. And these placements are happening with predominantly, like I say, undocumented men who will be living in private accommodation in our communities. What this motion is seeking to do is to check our concerns that local people have, the impacts it has on our communities, schools, healthcare and housing pressures, and making sure the licensing and regulatory aspects are compliant, especially with HMOs. That is where myself and Councillor Beer and other councillors have proposed this motion to strengthen regulation and oversight, aiming to ensure safety and safety concerns and standards of HMOs are where they should be, accountability to providers such as Serco, and to minimise negative impacts in our neighbourhoods. And neighbours are very concerned with undocumented men that we know nothing about in our communities. The outcome, the overall outcome here, the goal is to get a handle on the situation and show that we're fully immersed in this important subject at all levels. And it starts right here. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Beer, I understand you will second the motion. Do you wish to speak now or reserve your right?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Yes, I'd like to speak now. I'll keep it brief because this is an important motion. HMOs could be coming up in all our communities, and that concerns me, Lord Mayor. I support my colleague wholeheartedly in the recommendations that he's put forward. We need to strengthen our policies in around HMOs usage with regards to people who are undocumented and coming into our country. That's all I have to say on this matter, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Penberthy.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Neither I nor the Labour Group can support this motion, given the number of inaccuracies and false assumptions it makes. In many ways, it looks like a misinformation campaign leaflet. So I would like to take this opportunity to set some of those points right. I think the Council should not note that our private rented sector is under pressure solely because of temporary and supported accommodation. This is an oversimplification and neglects many other factors, including rising demand post-COVID, our historic supply shortage, more people renting due to rising house costs and the ability to buy their own home, rising costs for landlords over the last decade, meaning an exit from the market, and being a tourist area, second homes and holiday lets distort the market, reducing availability for local renters, and that's just to name but some. I do not think that the Council should note an unawareness of accommodation being arranged by external agencies. The Ministry of Justice is in regular contact with the Council around the delivery of the overall community accommodation service, Tier 2 and Tier 3. The Home Office requires that Clear Springs Ready Homes consults on the procurement of dispersal properties prior to procuring them and asks for considerations from ourselves, health, fire, police and education services. I also note that Serco does not have a contract for delivery in this area. Any organisation planning to establish new supported housing in Plymouth must notify Plymouth City Council. The Supported Accommodation Review Team reviews the organisation's background and assesses the proposed delivery model. This includes determining whether the accommodation qualifies as an HMO and therefore requires a licence or planning approval. Lord Mayor, we cannot note that we have an additional HMO licensing scheme, as we don't have one. We only have a mandatory HMO licensing scheme. As all HMOs used as supported or temporary housing are either licensed or regulated by the regulator of social housing, there are no unlicensed or unregulated ones to note. I'm pleased to say that the Renters' Right Act contains provisions for the financing of private rented sector enforcement. I made a report on our preparation for the introduction of this at the last meeting of the Housing and Community Services Scrutiny Panel. This included action to update any necessary enforcement policies and the fines related to those, together with the approach to enforcement capacity. Given all of this, the asks are superfluous. Lord Mayor, I trust you understand my reasoning for not supporting this motion as written, and I hasten to say the motion as written is very different than the motion described in the proposer and seconder's speeches. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Wish to speak? Councillor MacLeay.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just want the record to reflect the rank hypocrisy of councillors Ricketts and Beer, who pretend that their reason for opposing asylum is so that we can look after our own. They just abstained on a motion that would lift several thousand children in poverty in Plymouth out of poverty.
Councillor Krishnak.
My Lord Mayor, it really saddens me and upsets me that this motion even has come to the floor. I am an immigrant and I was a refugee. And the love that this people and this country has given me cannot be compared with hatred that some people peddle in this country. I'm against this motion with all my heart because it touches deeply at the core of my being. To be human, to be a person in the need of help and assistance when that help and assistance is needed. From what I have seen with my own eyes and experienced myself, I don't wish any one of you to go through, where you don't know whether your loved ones are alive or are dead, when you don't know whether your existence is on a little thread. And this kind of motion definitely is not something that I will support. Thank you.
Councillor Ricketts, would you like to sum up?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Listen, this is an issue that Plymouth is talking about and the country's talking about, and I'm going to stand here and I'm going to represent what British people want me to talk about, okay? And they want to be assured that this local authority is doing everything they can to protect every part of our community, and that includes people coming over from other countries. I think the words that are written are perfectly logical, and that Plymouth people would expect that we were consulted on these kind of contracts, and that we had a say in what was happening in our city, street by street. And I will do that for my community, because that is what they would want me to do. And for it to go to scrutiny, so we get a full comprehensive report on the current landscape on this topic, and to be assured that we have the local enforcement capacity to do the job. So I really hope that you support a motion which Plymouth would want you to support. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ricketts. We'll move to the vote now. Please vote using the buttons on your unit in the usual way. The motion is lost. Move now to item 14 on the agenda, questions by councillors. We have 45 minutes maximum for this agenda item. Can I invite members to ask any questions of the leader, cabinet members or committee chairs? I would ask that the cabinet members, when responding, do not turn round and continue to face forward, please, so it's easy to speak into the microphone. Questions should be no more than 1 minute long and answers no more than 2 minutes. Members may ask one supplementary question, not a statement, which must be related to the original question they asked. The same time restrictions apply. Councillor Tibbetts.
Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor. My question is for the Cabinet Member for Culture. Does the Cabinet Member think that £50,000 for a logo that looks like the BBC Weather Sunrise symbol is a good value for money?
It is a bit, isn't it? Well, actually, the £50,000 wasn't just for a logo, and I'm more than happy to provide Councillor Tippett with the report which lays out exactly the 18 months of work that went into reimagining the city's brand. It wasn't just a council endeavour. We worked with partners right across the city, and we worked with DNCO, a company which rebranded San Francisco. So no, I don't agree. It wasn't £50,000 for a logo. And actually, the branding has been very, very well received. If you want to frame it in that way, of course, you might elicit a negative response. But I think trying to belittle 18 months of work, masses of consultation with Plymothians, hundreds of Plymothians, over what our branding should be and how we present our city to the world, is a cheap shot, to be honest. And I expected better of you, Councillor Tippett.
Councillor Rainsford. Do you want a supplementary?
My apologies, Lord Mayor. As you probably don't know, I'm profoundly deaf in that ear and I just didn't hear you. I'd like to ask, if I may, the Cabinet Member for Community Safety to set out, as we start 16 days of action, highlighting the need to protect women and girls from violence and abuse, what action the City Council's actually excellent team have been taking to embed prevention into core council policies and into workplaces, schools and colleges across our city.
Thank you, Councillor. If you don't mind, I wouldn't mind just reminding people when I very first started about 16 days of action, about respect, accountability, empowering women. I just haven't felt that today on some of a particular motion. But let me say what we're doing here in the council. So, you know, since Rebecca Smith led our Violence Against Women Commission work in 2023, I had to look at my notes then because I couldn't remember the date. She's done some excellent work. It's a shame she's had to rush off this evening for a personal thing. But she did really embedded Plymouth City Council. So what we've been doing, we've got our Safe Bus is here on a Saturday night. And it's also for certain events as well, like Freshers Week. So when we've got new students coming into our city, that there is somewhere safe that they can go when they're out of a nighttime economy. Sorry, I thought I heard somebody. And then also we're doing all our bystander training as well. I meant to say as well, like special events like Halloween or any big events, Safe Bus is there. So we've done our bystander training. We have done, we've been able to do multi-agency work as well. So it's absolutely massive. But what I can do is I can pick up with you, because I'm only allowed 2 minutes, and I probably could go on for too long anyway. But I can pick up with you afterwards to let you know how much that we are doing and will continue to do, because this is everyone's business. It's not just Plymouth City Councils, but it is our partners as well. And Plymouth won't stand for violence against women and girls.
Could you please finish your sentence, Councillor Hay?
Sorry. Won't stand for violence against women and girls, and that should also be in this chamber as well, to carry on empowering people. Thank you.
Councillor Rainsford, do you have a supplementary?
Just a very brief one, if I may. And it's lovely, it's good to hear the passion behind a cabinet member on a particular subject. But would she therefore want to join with me and encourage as many people as possible to dip into some of those 16 days of action and offer support?
Through you again, Lord Mayor, yes, I certainly would. I would advise anybody who would like to take part is look at Plymouth City Council's website. We have got a huge, great big list of different activities that people, training and things like that, that people could take part in. And I really do hope that everybody will take part. Thank you.
Councillor Allen.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Question for the Cabinet Member for Culture and Deputy Leader. The box continues to go from strength to strength. I recently really enjoyed the Remember, Respond, Resist exhibition featuring some of Grayson Perry's excellent tapestries, which is proving extremely popular. So my question is, for 2026, I think the programme will need to go some way to keep building on this and building the visitor numbers. Do you think it will? Thank you.
That's a very good question. I do think it will, because one of the things that people ask me when they find out I have this role quite often is, when are we having a barrel cook exhibition? And now I can say we're having one in January 2026. We're ticketing that event. It's still free. The box is free. But we're expecting such a response that we're ticketing it, and we've already had 3,000 tickets booked. We also have a really important painting called Journeys with Mai. It's a world-famous Joshua Reynolds painting, and it's coming to Plymouth on the 14th of February. Next stop, Getty Museum in New York. The £50 million painting is one of the most recognisable in the UK after being bought by the National Portrait Gallery and the Getty Museum in 2023. So in answer to your question, when I was in my portfolio holder meeting last week, and we talked about this programme, and I think actually that 2026 will be the box's best year yet. Thank you.
Councillor Wood. Do you have a supplementary? Councillor Wood.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. This is for Councillor Stevens. I understand that the Manadon Roundabout consultation report was received by the Council weeks ago, yet despite previous assurances that this would be shared with ward members, this has not yet been provided. When will the full consultation report be made available to myself and all other ward members who represent wards neighbouring the roundabout project, please?
Thank you, Councillor Woods, and hopefully members living everywhere else across the city. We had an excellent response to the consultation with a large number of people taking part and responding. And obviously I sincerely thank all those stakeholders and individuals and interest groups who did so. The information will be available shortly, promoting the next steps of the project. There's a significant amount of feedback to review, which we're in the middle of doing so. So our aim is to publish the results of this consultation before Christmas. So I'm hoping that'll be a Christmas present you can't wait for. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, very excited to receive that. Thank you. I have also proposed a public meeting for residents in the Egg Buckland ward who live close to the roundabout, which is to be a separate one from that proposed by Councillor Penrose and Smith, who've worked hard on that. I suggested perhaps a date before Christmas. I've emailed you a date. Would you mind having a look to see if it could be possible, please?
Thank you for your email. I have noted it and I haven't had a chance to get around to it, I'm sorry. I'm happy to meet with you with residents of a particular neighbourhood in your ward who are affected by this. Just to reiterate, the meeting I'm having in Compton it's not particularly as a public meeting, but it's a listening time as the cabinet holder to some of the concerns or some of the thoughts that the residents in a particular neighbourhood had. And I'll be happy to get back to my emails tomorrow and arrange a convenient time with you. Thank you.
Councillor Riley. No? Councillor Poyser.
Thank you, Chair. A question for Councillor Pember, just in relation to some inquiries that I've had and concerns from residents that live within Guinness Trust properties within Chadderwood. Over the last 6 months, I've received numerous complaints around the condition of their properties, which is resulting in dilapidations, which is impacting upon their well-being. I've written to the Chief Executive of the Guinness Trust, Catriona Simmons, and I'm assured that the concerns of residents will be dealt with appropriately. I was just wondering whether we could meet to discuss how the council could perhaps support them during this difficult time.
Thank you, and thank you for emailing or copying me into your email. The way the council would get involved in this is at a slightly later stage, and So we would look at the complaints process having been gone through, and then the ombudsman approached for any registered provider, and we would then get involved after that. So whilst I'm very happy to meet, I think it would be very useful if you're first able to work with the residents on going through the formal process, because our team initially works in the private rented sector, and by exception with registered providers, if following an ombudsman ruling, the registered provider still does not act, and that's the point that we would step in, and that's in common with other councils. So while I'm happy to meet, I would encourage you to continue the process you're going. I wish you luck with the Chief Executive. I hope they pull their finger out, and that the residents of Hickory Drive and Magnolia are able to have their housing problems sorted. If not, please do make a complaint and follow that through with the Housing Ombudsman. But as I said, happy to meet if you need anything else from me. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary? Councillor Ricketts.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Question to today's leader of the council, Councillor Lang. In relation to my last motion, no to any asylum hotels in Plymouth, there was an action where we were going to do some congratulations to the Right Honourable Shabina Mahood MP, congratulating on her appointment, and then the other bullet points. Have we had a response to that letter that we sent?
I'm afraid that's a question I don't know the answer to immediately, but I will get an answer and get it to you as soon as I can. Yeah, Shabana Mahmood, I think you mean.
Thank you. And could you please share the letter that's been sent and the response? Thank you.
Yeah, very happy to do that.
Councillor Cudahy.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. A question for Councillor Hayden, Cabinet Member for Community Safety. It's about the Police and Crime Commissioner role. Unlike Councillors Beer and Bridgman, I'm not trying to encourage a kicking of a political opponent, but I would like to know from Councillor Hayden what her view is about the Labour government decision to abolish the role of Police and Crime Commissioner, and how she thinks that decision would impact Plymouth.
So, Councillor, I will be answering as the Cabinet Member for Community Safety, not as the Chair of Police and Crime Panel, okay? So, I certainly welcome the Labour government's proposal. It's long overdue, in my opinion. And I really do think the public deserve better as well. They deserve accountability. The PCC, Police and Crime Commissioner, model hasn't actually worked. It's cost an awful lot of money. And I do feel by scrapping it, we will see that money go to frontline services and frontline policing. And I think if you ask any taxpayer what they want to see from their police force is more police on their front lines. That's my opinion. Also, it's the opinion of the Police Federation's National Chair as well. They've welcomed it, and the decision was also welcomed by the policing bodies nationally as well. So I certainly will work very closely with the government to make sure it's a smooth and process handover, but I really do welcome it very quickly. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary? Councillor Matt Smith.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is probably for Councillor Lang in the absence of Councillor Evans. I was really pleased to see that John Healey visited Plymouth last week, the Defence Secretary, to open the Helsing factory out at Langage. I know that a lot of the work that the council does to bring jobs and growth to the city kind of happens behind the scenes with the economic development department, and I know there's a lot more to come in terms of defence investment into the city and as part of Team Plymouth. So I just wondered if you could touch on that work and maybe a bit of celebration of the work that's being done there, because it's a really positive story for Plymouth.
Thank you for the question. A major factor behind this decision is that the city was designated as the National Centre for Marine Autonomy, and the new factory that the Secretary of State, John Healey, visited is going to create hundreds of jobs and produce this incredible sounding thing, which is a subsea autonomous AI-enabled glider, which will protect sea lanes and underwater infrastructure. And it's right to praise the work of our economic development team and our Freeport team, because they do a great deal of work behind the scenes, which doesn't often get talked about, to make incredible things like this happen. And I would also include Fred Thomas MP. He's played a very helpful role in introducing companies to Plymouth and to the council, and this visit to Helsing is a very good example of that work that Fred Thomas does. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary? Councillor McClay.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This question is for Councillor Penberthy, Cabinet Member for Housing, Cooperative Development and Communities. The Plymouth City of Sanctuary chapter was proudly launched during Refugee Week on the 19th of June 2019. This chapter is now inactive. Given the worrying and upsetting rise of anti-refugee misinformation and rhetoric, what steps are this council taking to support vulnerable people who are fleeing situations beyond our worst nightmares?
Thank you. And this was a charter that was signed, actually led by asylum seekers and refugees in the city. I think it's perfectly appropriate that they actually are part of that with their support networks, and we facilitated that. I'm conscious that that is currently lying dormant, and I have raised it on a number of occasions recently with a number of the different groups I've met with. They've said they would rather us continue to do the support we're doing, which is very behind the scenes, hand-holding, than spend a lot of time pulling people together to sign a charter when they would rather we were out there doing the work with them at the moment. So I'm doing what I'm being asked to do by my critical friends and by leaders of organisations, so saying, please, can we work with them, continue listening, continuing the appreciative inquiry we're doing after last summer, and working with them through a lot of the feelings that they're experiencing at the moment. So I'm going to do as I'm being asked to do, which is not get the council in with our big size 11s and say, we want this charter, when they're actually saying, no, please, can you carry on and do more of what you're doing? So I'm conscious of it. I'm conscious it's lapsed. I'm not going to go and say to someone, well, it's your fault it's lapsed, when they're asking us to do something different. But thank you for your question.
Supplementary?
Yes, thank you. And I appreciate that response, thank you. And I agree with you. I don't think it's right to kind of insert ourselves into that place. But could you just talk a little bit more about the support that we are offering behind the scenes outside of the charter to those vulnerable people?
It's actually quite across the board. Last year we received £600,000 because of the riots. Now, a lot of councils spent that on reimbursing the costs that they had incurred. We didn't do that. In fact, our contractors provided a lot of that work as part of their social value contributions to the city. We have funded over 40 organisations, and a lot of that work is still ongoing. So we are actively engaging in that. Recently, the joint post we have with PDREC has held meetings with not only communities in very marginalised communities in those areas with the greatest ethnicity mix, but has also been meeting with third-party reporting centres and gave me a pile of information to challenge the Police and Crime Commissioner with last week, and I very happily did that. I also challenged the Chief Constable on the rumours that are going around that his staff haven't been stopping about the closure of the Diverse Communities team. We are continuing to work across a range of organisations to support them, to listen. The appreciative inquiry is now moving out to listen to people on the other side of the argument, to understand their feelings, because it's important that we listen as a balanced community. So we are not rushing. In addition to that, I have made a minimum of a half a day a week available in my diary to meet with minoritised communities with all protected characteristics to understand better the feelings that they have at the moment in the city. I hasten to say that these massive protests that are going on are leaving a lot of people sitting in the middle feeling anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, homophobia and transphobia by the way that both sides are acting. And I find that quite difficult myself. because I don't think that these protests should be marginalising our communities.
Councillor Penberthy, could you please finish the sentence?
Yeah. So that is an ongoing piece of work, and it is my commitment and officers' commitment to continue doing that. Thank you.
Councillor Noble.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. This is a question for Councillor Aspinall. We learnt quite a lot through the Health and Scrutiny Committee, the role of end-of-life care in the city. And at the end of the month, Marie Curie are holding a Lights to Remember event. Would you be able to talk more about the importance of celebrating the work of end-of-life providers like Marie Curie and obviously like people like St Luke's as well in our city?
Thank you, Councillor Noble, for that. As you're well aware, the Health and Adult Social Care Scrutiny Panel had some sharing of information about end-of-life care in Plymouth. And certainly what came out then was that Marie Curie were doing a pilot in your ward, and I've yet to have the result of that, but I will chase them about that. But it included social prescribing as well as medical interventions, etc. So that was really great. I received an email from you, and I was then asking Councillor Lang if we could light up Sweetens Tower, because that's within her remit, and she very kindly said yes, of course. So this weekend, the 30th of November, Sweetens Tower will be lit up yellow, because that is Marie Curie's colours, but there will be a meeting at the Crown Plaza where they're encouraging friends, family, people who want to come together to remember those that they've lost. And whilst I'm quite convinced it will be a very sad occasion for some, it will also be a very enlightening story, business for other people. So anybody that feels that they could benefit from going there, they don't have to have used Marie Curie. They're just there, and it's from about 4 till about 7. So please make use of it. And let's see the light yellow. It'll be quite interesting. I wonder what Geoffrey the Giant will think about a yellow light coming out now. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Do you have a supplementary? Councillor Wood.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. This is for Councillor Hayden. The Crown Hill Christmas lights won't take place this year. The lights won't go up and there won't be a switch-on event. Part of the reason for that, or the main reason for that, is the costs of hosting the event and the cost of putting up the lights and replacing the lights. Part of the reason for the cost is that to close a road for a Category 1 or 2 event on the highway costs £644. Is there any scope that we could do for events like this, which are brilliant for the community? Is there anything we could do to reduce or remove the costs for those events? Do we already do it that I or the other and the event organiser is not aware of? Could you give me some advice or look into it for me, please?
Councillor Wood, obviously the closure of roads, that finance doesn't come under myself, it comes under John Stevens. But, you know, please don't wait until come here. You know what I mean? I'm not classing it Christmas yet. I know a lot of people are. I have bought Christmas wrapped and all ready, but there we go. But no, on a serious note, you know, lights are going up throughout the city. So let's take this out of this room and let's see what can be done. And maybe let your community grant money, if councillors can put in for that as well. Because, you know, I know that's what we've done in the past if we wanted to do something in St Beudan Square. But let's have a conversation outside the chamber, all right? And in future, don't wait for council. Drop us an email or give me a phone call by any time. All right, thank you.
Do you have a supplementary? Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And thank you, Councillor Hayden, for your update earlier around the 16 days of action. So I was looking at some Home Office statistics which show that 97% of perpetrators of sexual offences were male in the year ending December 2023, with a high proportion known to victims. So it's clear to say that whilst not all men are abusers, nearly all abusers are men. So I think that means it's a really important role in what can men do in saying that there's no place for violence against women and girls in Plymouth or anywhere else. Thank you.
And you're certainly right. You know, I class it as a whole family to resolve this problem. But you know, men and boys, what they could do is we've got man culture. We were very lucky. We were the first in the country to have our first conference of man culture. They could take part in that. On the website, as I said earlier, there's bystander training. There's just so much free training that they could take up. And it's about calling your fellow friend, mates out. You know, when sexist jokes are done, stand up and be proud to be a man and say this is not tolerated in this city. But again, go back onto the website. Lord Mayor only gives me 2 minutes, or else I certainly would read every single thing that's going on. But go on it and really do encourage everybody to take part. And it's not just for the 16 days. They are there all the time. All right, we've always got training going on. But it is about standing up and saying, I'm not going to tolerate. Challenge that behaviour and do not have it. All right.
Do you have a supplementary, Councillor Steele? Are there any further questions? Councillor Sproston.
Thank you. This is a question to Councillor Stevens. Myself and fellow Councillor Allison, we've been looking to get a zebra crossing put in Buds Head Road by Whitley Green. Do we have any update that you'd be able to give for us, possibly? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sproston. Well, I'd like to bring good news, Christmas again, say early this end, to you and all your kith and kin, particularly Councillor Simpson, that we recently announced that there were 7 schemes to be announced from our capital programme for out of our active travel grant to boost people's safe active travel. And one of those was a new signal control crossing on Buds Head Road. So your residents in Whitley who travel to and from the shops and other facilities along Whitley Green will soon have a crossing. This was developed and consulted upon in summer 2024. The money's been allocated and work will start in the spring of 2026. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary, Councillor Sproston?
No further supplementary. Thank you.
That concludes the business of the City Council. Thank you, members, for your time and engagement. I wish you and all those watching a good evening, and I hope you all stay safe and well. Thank you.